Okay, I think we are live. I will have to say, like, let's wait like a minute to have. There's a fictosexual person in the stream, in the chat, that is so happy about this panel. I'm gonna put this comment up. Like, they have been saying, like, the last comment in the previous stream was fictosexual squad rise up, and I'm so happy to see this. I will now let you do your thing. As you know, you have like a more flexible time frame, so that if you need a bit more, a few minutes more, no problem. You can decide when to switch from the interview to the English speaking panel, and also you can also choose if you want a break in the middle. If you need, like, talking for 3 hours is a lot. I'm saying that, like, this has been very sad for me, because I'm so sad. I can't speak Spanish, because I took a look at Alex book pages on Instagram, and I read Solar Punk, Andino, and Ace Spec, and I was like, this is the life I want. This is what I think the queer community should, like, move forward to. And so I'm very sad I can't understand Spanish. Like, really. So I will probably try and learn Spanish as soon as I can to understand this panel. I will try to listen to it another day slowly, because maybe I can get something like, this is going to be very interesting, and
Yes.
I hope I can then get it back. I'm just going to remove myself from the picture and leave you to your code switching and the Spanish speaking panel.
All right.
Hello. Well, just to let you know, those that speak in English can also leave your questions. We can translate them and answer them in either language, or you can contact us in Chile and leave your in whatever is your language. We will translate it and get in contact also. Now in Spanish. Bienvenidos a todos quienes están escuchando por fin un panel en español, en quienes puedes entender también. Nosotros hablamos español chileno. Si no se nos entiende algo, háganlo notar, por favor, pregunten en los comentarios qué significa esta frase. Vamos a poner muchas frases como muy coloquiales, así que nos detienen si es que tampoco van entendiendo, ¿ya? Muchas gracias. Estamos acá, es Antofagasta, hermoso. Estamos acá de Asexuales y Románticas Chile. Nosotros somos una organización que desde el 2012 está funcionando para educar y visibilizar y crear también comunidad dentro de lo que son los espectros asexuales y espectros arománticos. Somos dos identidades que también nos vimos en la necesidad de juntarnos, unir fuerzas para hacer este tipo de espacios más de comunidad, de compartir, de conocernos, también de ir aprendiendo de nosotras mismas y también ir enseñando a quienes lo necesitan. Así que también quieren contactarnos, tener información, tener alguna idea, a través de trabajos de investigación y todo. Tenemos distintos equipos porque los podemos ir viendo. Ahora nos toca un panel que nos orgullece mucho saber que un compañero nuestro de tanto del activismo de esta comunidad como persona dentro del espectro sexual y romántico ha publicado un libro en español desde Chile con esta hermosa cosmovisión también desde rescatando las imágenes y cosmovisiones andinas del norte de Chile, que sería al sur de Latinoamérica.
Sí, este panel se va a dividir en dos partes. Este panel va a estar la primera parte, que es la entrevista a Alex, y luego viene la parte en que vamos a conversar sobre la representación hace en libros, fanfic, teatro, juegos, series, música y otros medios. Entonces, la primera parte es la entrevista con Alex y la segunda parte es la conversación sobre cómo se representa el espectro.
Ay, y ahora sí. Bueno, queríamos preguntarle si se pueden presentar. También queremos saber quién es Alex Valentín. No sé, Vilka, si quieres partir tú primero y de ahí le tiramos la pregunta a Alex.
Hola, soy Wilka Ñusta Taylor de Asexuales a Romántico Chile. Soy la batería AAA, asexual a romántico autista. Y atención divergente, entonces son las 4A. Y son chiquititas las pilas, igual que yo. Soy una persona que está usando anteojos, uso un gorrito, estoy vestido de roje, uso pronombres neutros y atrás tengo la bandera asexual, la bandera demisexual, la bandera trans y la bandera AR no la tengo porque todavía no la he obtenido. Kat, ¿te puedes presentar?
Bien, yo soy Kat, también uso pronombres neutros, ella, soy de esta organización Asexualidad Romántica en Chile. Para que se haga una imagen visual mía, tengo también la bandera colgando asexual atrás mío, uso lentecitos y ando con la blusa que encontré que tuviese la mayor cantidad de colores, negra con florcitas en colores grises, blancas, verdes y un poquito tonalidades de morado. Eso para que se haga una idea visual mía que no nos están viendo. Y ahora queremos conocer a Alex Valentín, este escritor emergente latinoamericano, chileno y asiático. Adelante, Alex.
Bueno, yo soy Alex Valentín, yo pronombres masculinos, soy desarrollador de software actualmente. También soy activista junto con Acerro Chile, desde el 2012 como Asexuales Chile primero y después el 2020 hicimos el cambio a Asexualidad Romántica Chile. Actualmente también soy escritor de ciencia ficción, solarpunk, y mi trabajo cruza la tecnología, la neurociencia y la narrativa, con un enfoque muy marcado en el territorio del norte de Chile, como han mencionado mis compañeros.
Oye, Alex, yo tengo una pregunta. ¿Qué te motivó para llegar hasta publicar esta obra?
Se reducen tres principales cosas. Ustedes, como saben, acá en Chile hubo un proceso de constitución nueva durante 2022, muy importante. En esa constitución que se propuso era muy ambientalista, también en conjunto con muchos años de lo que era mi pasatiempo de empezar a leer los papers para apoyarse en eso, de cómo podía ser posible, el Congreso Futuro, que también aportó muchos temas muy interesantes, pero se rechazó. Entonces, eso significó que ya no había un futuro posible en la vida real para ese Chile más verde. Pero ahí es donde yo dije, bueno, ¿qué pasaría si hiciéramos ese futuro ideal donde eventualmente la humanidad, con muchas vueltas, igualmente llega a lograr implementar una cosmovisión de convivir con la naturaleza? Y ahí es donde también se entrecruzan con la cultura andina, que sería el segundo motivo más importante, que tiene que ver con lo que ocurrió con Genshin Impact. Se iba a estrenar una región completa dedicada a lo que era a las identidades locales de América, y sin embargo, como sabemos muchos fans, lamentablemente Genshin Impact no logró representar de la mejor manera las culturas que componen este continente. No existen personas que sean parecidas a través de rasgos, tampoco no hay tampoco lo que son las palabras, las como visiones. Así que fue una oportunidad desperdiciada, y ahí es donde yo, ya con lo último fue otra serie que me decepcionó bastante, y fue como, bueno, yo tengo esta historia que vengo trabajando desde muy pequeño. Si las empresas no están tomando o no están siendo capaces de lograr representarnos bien, quizás si alguien desde adentro lo hace, podría darse como al menos como un faro para mostrar que sí hay historias que contar, tanto lo que son un futuro ambientalista, que sería Solarpunk, como también mostrando identidades locales andinas, y además con este importante activismo mío que es Acerro Chile, o sea, que hayan protagonistas asexuales y románticas que no giren en torno al amor, sino más bien en relaciones platónicas.
Alex, te quiero preguntar, porque aquí tengo tu libro. O sea, a ver, estoy como que tengo que aparecer. Y quería preguntar de qué se trata el libro, como qué temas trata, qué le quieres contar a la audiencia.
El libro se encarga de abordar conflictos personales, pero enmarcados en un contexto socioambiental y político. Entonces, a través de esta historia que ustedes van a ver de esta ciudad llamada Quillagua, se va a ver cómo la historia y proyecciones de los personajes influyen en sus decisiones, especialmente en un mundo tensionado por las estructuras de poder y problemas generacionales que existen. Ahí es importante, claro, a medida que se vaya leyendo, van a ir averiguando por capas qué es lo que ocurre en esa ciudad, por qué pues, sucede, y bueno, es un planteamiento donde el futuro es idealista porque es medioambiental, y sin embargo persisten ciertos vicios humanos del hoy en día.
Oye, Alex, y como para que la gente se enchufe, y yo también, porque tú sabes que de repente se me desenchufa la wifi cerebral, ¿a qué géneros pertenece la obra?
La obra sería principalmente es un drama psicológico que está dividido en dos ramas. La primera, que está enfocada al thriller político por Amaru, que es quien está en la contraportada, y la otra parte que está más bien un Iyashikei, que en japonés sería El camino a la sanación, protagonizado por Iyaru. Está Iyaru.
Oye, ¿público en general para qué está dirigido? ¿Desde cualquier edad o edad en particular?
No, yo recomiendo encarecidamente que sea desde los 14 años, porque se tocan muchos temas filosóficos que un joven de 10 años menos no lo va a poder entender si es que no tiene un adulto que lo acompañe.
Vale. Oye, quiero saber dónde está ubicado antes de que nos empiece a contar más como de la trama, si el personaje ya se arrolla y todo. Como físicamente, como cuál es el contexto en que se ubica la obra.
La obra la decidí ubicar en una ciudad que está aquí en el desierto de Atacama, que se llama Quillagua, pero sería un Quillagua futurista. Eso es para que se le puedan imaginar a las personas de otros países. Es un territorio marcado por condiciones totalmente extremas. Hablamos del desierto más árido del mundo, pero también con una carga simbólica y cultural. Quillagua es un lugar que está atravesado, a pesar de estar en el desierto más seco del mundo, está atravesado por el único río, que además es el más largo de Chile, pero también angosto. Es un río muy angosto, entonces que no supera los 15 pasos de ancho. Entonces yo lo proyecto al futuro, en un futuro idealista, donde no existan los problemas de hídricos que existen hoy en día por motivos que voy a permitir que ustedes investiguen. Existen problemas hídricos hoy en día que hacen que los ríos sean más pequeños o directamente desaparezcan. Entonces yo me imagino un futuro donde si la humanidad es capaz de convivir con la naturaleza, los ríos van a crecer y eso va a hacer que el oasis que hoy en día es Quillagua, al futuro va a ser un gran oasis. Y ahí es donde yo desarrollo la historia.
Oye, Alex, ¿y qué tiene de asexual o romántico el libro? ¿O cómo están representados los espectros?
Ambos protagonistas son del espectro. Iyaru es asexual demirromántica que tiene un vínculo platónico con Amaru que no es entendido por su entorno. Mientras tanto, Amaru es demisexual gris romántico, corresponde el vínculo platónico con Iyaru y mantiene un vínculo a la vez con otra tercera persona a nivel romántico. Por lo tanto, lo que se va a ver es una dualidad donde una persona vive su asexualidad de plano, que es Iyaru, y vive su relación platónica, pero Amaru, en tanto, a pesar de que sea demisexual gris romántico, vive en esta dualidad de cómo lidiar con la relación platónica y al mismo tiempo con la otra relación.
Sí. A ver, déjame ver qué otra pregunta tengo que bajar aquí. ¿Dónde estás tú en tu libro? ¿Qué elementos tuyos son los que están en los personajes? Eso también nos interesa saber cómo llevas ese proceso creativo.
Acá hay varios personajes que tienen un poquito de mí. Amaru tiene la parte que piensa demasiado antes de actuar. Tipo, yo me demoré mucho en escribir el libro. Fueron más de 12 años en decidir hacer el libro con retazos y borradores sueltos. Y eso siendo yo una persona corriente, una persona que no tiene, o sea, sí, tengo muchas responsabilidades, pero no soy una persona que herede un poder como le escribí con Amaru. Amaru es un heredero de un proyecto político, por lo tanto debe sostener, ordenar, proteger con todo lo que aquello pesa. En tanto, Iyaru, le heredé lo que me gustaría hacer más seguido, que es la conexión emocional directa, la capacidad de moverse aunque todo tiemble. Y Lame, en tanto, yo diría que es lo más honesto de mí, con su duda, la incomodidad, sensación de no encajar del todo. pero aún así está ahí intentándolo.
Oye, Alex, y respecto a los nombres, porque muchas veces los nombres en un lugar, según un idioma, significan una cosa y otros otra. Entonces, ¿no puedes contar qué significan los nombres de tus tres protagonistas?
Sí, al menos Amaru hace referencia a serpiente o serpiente grande, que es origen quechua. Amaru en realidad representa a una deidad. Le puse el nombre de una deidad que es de acá, de la zona norte. Quizás ya, como algunos saben, o bueno, más que nada el resto de los países, como contexto, en el lado sur de Chile, muy al sur, existe una como visión del Kaikai Bilu Bilu. Eso es lo que más se conoce en Chile y para el mundo se los presento. Kaikai Bilu Bilu son también deidades que representan estas serpientes que contaban historias de peleas y conflictos. Al año antepasado, más o menos, no, sí, más años, sí, como unos 5 años atrás, se publicó un paper que dio origen a la etnogeología, que es una rama de la geología que investiga cómo las cosmovisiones antiguas fueron capaces de explicar con sus palabras los eventos naturales que estaban ocurriendo. Entonces, claro, el Kaikai Bilu Bilu finalmente era una analogía de los temblores, de los maremotos. Y cuento esa historia para explicar que Amaru es muy similar. Amaru lo que buscaba en su momento era explicar los terremotos que mueven la tierra y gracias a ese remesón de tierra permitía que los agrícolas pudieran empezar de nuevo a mover la tierra y a plantar otra vez.
¿Vilka? Sí, así.
Sí, ¿por qué decidiste crear literatura Searro y qué te llevó a escribir este libro?
Yo desde muy temprana edad me tocó observar y también vivir formas de vínculos que no encajan en el modelo tradicional romántico. Eso se acentuó cuando me tocó colaborar con la elaboración de testimonios hacia Chile desde el 2020 hasta el 2022 más o menos. Entonces, es claro, son muchas historias, sobre todo como personales de gente que busca ayuda, y nosotros como Hace Chile durante mucho tiempo estuvimos dando ese apoyo a través de las descripciones de, mira, estamos acá, no estás sole, pucha, yo ahí, claro, apoyando con la creación del contenido, me tocó leer muchas experiencias, y en su momento era Gaby, que era también otra activista, que apoyaba con los mensajes. Entonces era un constante ver ciertos patrones que al final nunca se lograban representar bien del todo a través de las series que más conocemos. Yo sé que hay muchas personas sexuales del mundo que están intentando desde hace un tiempo empezar a escribirlos en libros, y al menos yo también quiero ser uno más, pero también tanto desde lo que yo he observado, vivido, pero también de lo que me ha tocado leer, buscando darle también ese espacio a esos testimonios a través de ciertas luces que vivirá o que verá Guillermo en su camino.
Vale. A ver, estoy viendo que hay varios ya comentarios en YouTube, disculpe, me estoy distrayendo un poco. Quería preguntarte entonces, si te sientes tú satisfecho con la representación a Searro que introdujiste en tu libro? Porque sabemos que existe cierto tipo de media con representación, queremos saber cuál es tu opinión y por qué también existe tú.
Yo sí, yo me siento satisfecho porque no estoy buscando explicar desde arriba lo que es la experiencia sexual y romántico, ni tampoco estoy buscando enseñar conceptos. Yo preferí construir esta experiencia inmersiva para que sea quien lo lea lo pueda interpretar y conectar por sí mismo, como si estuviera viendo un caleidoscopio. Entonces, los sucesos del libro, ojo, que tener ahí, ojito, los sucesos del libro de los personajes tienen su motivo de representatividad, ¿ok? No, o sea, quizá hay personas que sí lo puedan interpretar como morbo desde una posición desinformada, pero tienen que considerar que acá yo como autor soy activista, me ha tocado no solamente ver, sino también vivir estas experiencias, por lo tanto yo quiero darle este regalo a la comunidad.
Vamos a ver.
¿Y qué recomendación tú le darías, Alex, a una persona que piensa leer tu libro, pero como una contextualización sobre la narrativa?
Que se preparen para una lectura inmersiva, porque no es para leerlo como si estuviera en una carrera contra el tiempo, que siempre lo critico eso. No es que esté mal comerse los libros, sino que he notado ciertas personas que juzgan a quienes suelen leer más lento. Entonces, en mi caso no, esta lectura es inmersiva, puede ser un poquito enrevesada al principio, pero cada detalle de la arquitectura hasta las palabras que ciertos personajes deciden no dar es una pieza del rompecabezas. Así que mis consejos es tómense el tiempo que quieran, déjense envolver por la atmósfera y confíen que cada hilo que parece suelto al final tejerá en algo más grande.
Hay algunos saludos en el YouTube. En un momento se me olvidaron cuáles eran los nombres de todas las plataformas y por mi cerebro pasaron, pero hasta las que ya no existen. Hay alguien que dice, es Dead Low Tusser, creo que será. Dice, hola colega escritor por acá de Perse.
Ediciones Perse. Hola Kevin.
Vi el mensaje, soy Demi. Vascano 12 dice, buenos días a todos, es nuestro cumpleaños ahora, está muy feliz. Hay alguien que dice que está muy emocionada hay otra pregunta que la leemos después, que la segunda parte de esta conversación.
Sí, hay algunos en inglés también que those that made a question in English, we are also going to answer them, so please stay tuned. Thank you for your patience.
Hay alguien que dice que sabe un poquito español, que le está muy feliz con la charla. Acá mira, hacen una pregunta, Freddy. ¿Hay aspectos de la asexualidad que te niegas a explicar o traducir para lectores a los sexuales?
Sí, la verdad es que sí. Yo creo que, claro, hay ciertos códigos entre las personas que vivimos la experiencia de ser asexual que me parece importante que no sobreexplicarnos en eso. Por ejemplo, hay una parte en la que ustedes van a ver que la familia está, no, a ver, ¿cuándo sería? En el segundo episodio, sí. Cuando el protagonista, bueno, no quiero hacer spoiler, pero está la típica escena donde alguien sin querer da a entender de que no ocurrió nada, entonces el entorno actúa como un juzgador de que ¿por qué no pasó nada? Ese es como pero es como casi como tu deber, deberías cumplir. Entonces, eso es una experiencia que se vive más bien como en el cuerpo, como esa como presión, ese dolor de, ok, ¿qué hago frente a esto? Y claro, después también otras cosas después también que se van intensificando. Esas cosas creo que me parece importante que las personas asexuales lo lean y se puedan sentir identificados totalmente. Y claro, si a las personas a los sexuales les interesa cómo se siente uno, ojalá preguntarlo.
Quiero hacer un comentario, que hay algunas preguntas en inglés que yo creo que las vamos a tocar en la siguiente parte del panel, que es sobre fictosexualidad y teratofilia, que sería como la atracción a criaturas monstruosas. La siguiente parte del panel también va a discutir un poco sobre qué son los fanfic, cómo nos relacionamos como personas en el espectro asexual y también a romántico con esa área, así que para que estén también dejando más comentarios sobre ese tema. No sé si hay más comentarios del libro, porque también como que dejamos ahí el livestream, o sea, en el chat del livestream está cómo nos pueden contactar también, tanto a Asexuales y Románticas Chile, a Alex Valentín, o también comprar su libro, porque la idea es que esto también dar a conocer este espacio, no solamente para hablar del tema, sino que también si podemos crear comunidad también, si es que saben de más escritores de la comunidad, para que también nos contacten y estemos también en conversación, en apoyo mutuo, apoyo emocional, compartir también algunos datos y cosas así también entre las comunidades de lectores. Eso, porque les avisamos que también se vienen cositas que están preparando a partir de este livestream con otras organizaciones, que no podemos dar todavía más detalles. ¿Hay más preguntas? Déjenme ver comentarios nuevos. Green Activist. Sí, eso no lo han leído. Dice, mi pregunta para el autor, ¿sientes que tienes responsabilidad al representar la sexualidad o te resistes a la idea?
¿Cómo así responsabilidad al representar?
Yo diría que esa es una pregunta para el panel, para lo que viene ahora en la segunda parte.
La vamos a tomar para desarrollar más adelante, porque quizás a lo mejor a que se refiere, no sé, pues desde una cosa quizás ser autor y llegar y escribir la experiencia propia, o también tú que eres activista, como explicas, estuviste que cierta como parte también de revisar otras experiencias de otras personas de la comunidad para inspirarte también en otros personajes que no fuera solamente personaje que construiste desde tu pura experiencia. No sé si lo quieres contestar ahora o lo dejamos para más adelante.
Claro. Sí, yo diría que con los protagonistas, como es mi libro, yo decidí que fuera 100% respetando los retazos que yo ya tenía escritos desde 1000 años. Pero claro, para las siguientes personas que ya lo vaya conociendo en el camino, sí estoy tomando en consideración esta diversidad de experiencias que existe en el espectro asexual y romántico. Que no sea o sea, que no se convierta Iyaru y Amaru en dos estereotipos o en dos caricaturas, sino que a través de otros personajes que aunque sean cortos, permitamos ampliar un poco más, que sí se puede explorar aún más lo que son los personajes a hacerlo.
Vale. ¿Dónde podemos conseguir los libros? Pueden contactarnos en Acerro Chile. En el Instagram respondemos más rápido y ahí está también el link directo. O Alex, también no sé si tú puedes cambiar tu nombre y poner ahí como tu Instagram. Porque tenemos un problema con los banners.
Ya.
La persona detrás de bambalinas se nos cayó. Alex, para entrar a la sección del conversatorio, ¿se puede ser escritor sin haber publicado?
Sí, totalmente. Todos somos escritores, aunque todos empezamos como escritores de forma con fanfics en AO3, en fanfiction y así, ¿cierto?
Y en Wattpad.
Ahora en Wattpad, sí. Para mí eso fue como una novedad.
Tumblr.
Sí, yo llegué hasta Tumblr, después conocí Wattpad.
Sí, yo también partí en fanfiction.net. Me di cuenta que había mucha restricción. Había incluso como fandom que no tenían como alguna legalidad como aceptación, como facilidades también para escribir de eso. Y descubrí después archiveofourown.net. AO3 también conocido. Y es otro mundo creado como sostenido también por, ¿cómo se llama? Por distintos fandoms, por gente que se dedica a hacer esto por pura diversión y entretención.
Real.
Sí, y creo que la importancia de hablar este tema de lo que escribe la gente hace o de lo que consume la gente hace, ya sea con ficción escrita o no escrita. Y que el tema del panel se llama sí al sexo ficticio, no al sexo real, tiene que ver, y hay un sticker que anda dando vuelta por los grupos de WhatsApp, que lo hizo alguien en Facebook. Y nosotros lo recortamos y el sticker dice literalmente, sí al sexo ficticio, no al sexo real. Y hay un ejemplo de una historia en Reddit de alguien que decía, oye, mi pareja, mi novia, consume mucho fanfic, escribe erótica, pero no siente atracción sexual y esto yo no lo entiendo. Entonces no sé si es verdad, no sé si creerle, y la persona, que era una persona halo, por supuesto, no entendía. Y también hay otro tema que tiene que ver con la forma en que se representa la sexualidad, que muchas veces está caricaturizada, que está el tipo narcisista, está infantilizado, robotizado o es sociópata, y están estos estereotipos como los que veíamos antes cuando estábamos jugando el Kartik.
No sé si toda la gente estuvo toda la tarde para haber visto esta parte, pero fue un momento entretenido de este livestream que empezamos a jugar que había que adivinar con jueguitos de dibujo, ideas, o ponías una idea y adivinar, hacer un dibujo y que alguien la adivinara y cosas así. Estuvo bastante entretenido y salieron muchas, creo, como estereotipos que dicen que son también chiste interno, encuentro, entre la comunidad Searro. Desde los dragones, los tortas o kikis, pan de ajos.
Y se usa mucho esto de la característica de algún personaje, o a personas que por fin encuentra a la persona ideal, o se dice ya, este personaje lo vamos a hacer asexual, incluso antes de que se supiera sobre la sexualidad, para ponerle drama a la cosa, para que sea más dramático cuando encuentra a alguien. Entonces, eso ocurre.
Yeah. Tengo otra pregunta como para esta parte del conversatorio. Dice, ¿qué otras formas de visibilización de sexualidad conocemos? Que hemos hablado como en la literatura, como publicada, y la como no publicada, que serían como la gente que escribe fanfic.
Sí, hay uno que dice, no tengo intenciones sexuales contigo, lo único que quiero es que seamos amigos, que es el reggaetón asexual. Lo pueden encontrar en YouTube, reggaetón asexual, tal cual. Sí. Y dice, acaba de conocer a un asexual reggaetonero.
El único reggaetón, o uno de los pocos reggaetón que te dan ganas de bailar, yo creo que si no es asearro, y escuchas como todas las canciones como muy románticas y muy sexuales, y es como, no me dan ganas de bailar con eso necesariamente. Esos reggaetones para nosotros.
Exacto. Exacto.
Sí, acá en Chile nosotros también conocimos otro autor, esta vez del extremo sur de Chile, es cantautor, compositor, es Valentín, que también un saludo porque también nos da visibilidad cada vez que se puede. Tenemos alguna, en nuestros reels pueden ver tanto, creo que el último sobre publicación de los horarios de este livestream está el reggaetón asexual, y también en reels antiguos en nuestras cuentas, por lo menos en Instagram sí que pueden encontrar un mensaje de Valentín de hace como unos 2 años atrás, cuando pudimos conocerla en persona, y fue como que los dos éramos fans de mutuos, así como sea, de Valentín de nosotros. Si también conocen más autores o cantautores, escritores, otros tipos de artistas también de la comunidad, comenten en el chat, le comentan a IAD Official en sus cuentas, o a nosotros, que en @Chile también, como aparece acá abajo.
Está Poli Godoy, que escribió un texto que se llama My Chemical Asexual Love, y Poli empezó escribiendo en línea. Y yo conozco la historia por detrás.
Sí, este es otro libro también que sabemos que salió en Chile. Que también está
conozco la copucha, como se llama acá, el chisme de gossip acerca de lo que ocurrió con Poli. Esto lo contaba una persona que se dedica a la academia y se dedica a ver lo que pasa en redes. Yo también me dedico a eso y por eso conocí a esta persona. Y cuenta que conoce a Poli, que era su amiga, y que Poli escribía online. Y esta amiga empieza a leer lo que escribe Poli, empieza a ver la comunidad que se empieza a armar en torno a comentar lo que estaba publicando Poli de a poquito. Y esta amiga va y le dice a Poli, Poli, ¿has escuchado hablar de la sexualidad? Y Poli le dice, ¿qué es eso? Mira, te paso algunas páginas. Bueno, y Poli luego dice, sí, yo soy asexual. Soy del espectro sexual. Conocí en un momento a Poli cuando hace el lanzamiento del libro hace un par de años. Y una de las cosas súper lindas que ocurre cuando se hacen estos lanzamientos, como también en el lanzamiento del libro de Alex, las personas que no están conectadas a la comunidad se sienten reflejadas con los textos, y es súper emocionante. Es como todos lloramos cuando alguien lanza un libro.
Sí, yo creo que también es algo que hemos comentado nosotros, que es distinto cuando alguien que no ha escuchado, que no tiene como este roce con la comunidad, como que ha escuchado solamente la etiqueta, lo más googlea algo, trata de hacer un personaje o una temática asexual, como no sé si es necesariamente por el morbo, puede ser, o de repente es como, porque esto está de moda, o son como diversidades, hablemos de cosas que no se han hablado antes, o esto va a vender. versus a como alguien que lo hace porque conoce gente, sabe que falta esta visibilización o representación en los medios, y tienes también como esta guía de decir como, oye, de repente como asumir que uno no sabe todas las experiencias, también no caer en estereotipos, y tener como también esa riqueza de poder compartir como la experiencia de otra persona, pasarle un libro, que bueno, Alex ya nos contó que hizo eso, o sea, no solamente puso como su experiencia de vida, sino las de otras personas. Y lo bonito también es como cuando uno lo ve después cuando se viene de vuelta, o sea, también nos pasa a uno como escribiendo fanfic o cualquier otro tipo de artista que uno, como que uno pone su obra al mundo y el mundo la recibe y la coge como quiere, la interpreta como quiere, pero después saber escuchar que alguien dice como, oye, descubrí como este otro término o esta identidad o me veo representado en eso, también es súper bonito. Bueno. Sí,
¿Tienes alguna pregunta, Alex?
Antes de eso, también como comentar otra cosa que también nos pasa, que porque termina siendo no solamente, a veces siempre tanto como espacio de sanación, como cerrar de repente así como, hoy estuve perdida en mi identidad de mucho tiempo y ver como que ahora expongo esto como el mundo, como que es un barquito que sale de puerto y después navega solo y la gente también lo va poniendo como de sí para que reme más lejos y llegue más lejos. Pero también es una parte como un recurso político, encuentro, como eso de que no porque seamos la última letra o una de las últimas letras en la sigla de las diversidades LGBTQIANP+, como que igual uno piensa o ve la necesidad de que la representación no solamente exista, sino que sea alcanzable y además sea una representación válida y positiva. Y ahora sí pasemos a la siguiente.
Igual quería agarrarme de eso para agregar que sí, que es político y el tema de la representación. Yo me hago la autocrítica cuando era niño y era muy, ¿cómo se llama? Muy desapegado del concepto de lo importante de la representación. A medida que uno va envejeciendo, que ya tengo más de 30 años, mira para atrás y claro, uno vivencia cosas que se salen de la norma, pero por no tener ejemplos a los cuales observar cómo fue su experiencia, es más fácil que uno tropiece mal, se caiga mal. Y lo que puede haber sido un simple rasmillón termina siendo un esguince. Entonces, me parece importante que nos atrevamos a poner en letras nuestra experiencia, ya sea para uno, ordenar las ideas, o tal vez para darle la oportunidad a otras personas de poder ver que sí se pueden escoger mejores elecciones de cómo desarrollar las cosas, de cómo tener una relación platónica sana. Las relaciones platónicas o las relaciones que también hemos hablado en otros contextos, las que son poliamorosas, las platónicas, todas estas relaciones que no se hablan porque son tabú, pueden terminar muy mal si no existen parámetros o marcos. Así que estos libros también sirven para eso, sirven para plantear dónde está la ética, en fin, eso.
Sí. Oye, me interesó lo que mencionaste también como la necesidad también de representar otros tipos de relaciones, de afectos, de atracciones también. Y lo que mencionas como de las relaciones queer platónicas, que es por las queer platonic relationships,
Sí.
QRP, a veces lo...
Sí,
no,
en inglés.
QPR,
Sí,
en inglés. A veces uno lo encuentra
nombre.
así como los hashtags solo. Porque creo que ahora que vamos a pasar como a la parte como ya de compartir un poco más como la experiencia en escribir y todo, esa necesidad que también han hablado todo el día de como, oye, no solamente tenemos que enfocarnos en los romances o como en la visión como a lo normada o a lo amatonormada de ver el mundo, sino que también rescatar la riqueza de muchas otras relaciones interpersonales que uno puede tener y afectos con otras personas. Siguiente pregunta, por favor.
Alex.
Alex, haznos la siguiente pregunta.
Vale. Bueno, yo personalmente me estoy enfocando con mi libro a abordar totalmente lo que son las relaciones platónicas, otro tipo de relaciones que se salen del molde para visibilizar la importancia de las redes de contacto, las comunidades, cómo las comunidades nos organizamos para salir adelante, porque como individuos no se puede. Entonces yo me pregunto, ¿y si yo me encargo de estas relaciones? ¿Qué escribirán las demás personas del espectro asearro? Alves, Kath, Vilka, ¿qué escriben?
Yo hago fanfic. Bueno, yo principalmente hoy día me dedico a escribir cosas académicas. Pero fuera de lo que es ficción, hago fanfic. Mis fanfics son dramas psicológico-políticos. Todos están ubicados en el mismo universo y hago que choquen entre sí los universos. Escribo en castellano y escribo en inglés. Y gracias a Kat conocí a otros y ahí escribo. Con la postura política de visibilizar las experiencias, algunas experiencias aces, algunas experiencias arros, y que sea de una mirada que no está centrada solamente en el sexo. También hago una exploración, hice un experimento para poder escribir, hay un par de capítulos en uno de los fanfic que tengo, en el fanfic que tengo en AO3, que explora la erótica, y la de verdad que me fue más difícil escribir esas escenas que escribir las escenas de lucha, las escenas de... tengo otros que todavía no están publicados, en que hay un cazavampiros y que el cazavampiros le va disparando a los vampiros y todo lo que va haciendo el cazavampiro de cómo dar los golpes, me fue mucho más fácil escribirlo que haber escrito las escenas de erótica. Tuve que hacer todo una investigación. Y aún así es interesante hacerlo, para mí fue súper interesante, porque la forma en que yo lo quise escribir pone explícito el consentimiento. En las las 6 patas del consentimiento.
Bueno.
Entonces, esa parte es interesante. Yo he visto otros escritos de gente hace que también explora la erótica, respondiendo también a la pregunta que hacía una persona sobre no me acuerdo cuál era la palabra, pero que tenía que ver con los monstruos. Y personalmente creo que si a ti te gusta la literatura o escribir historias de terror, o historias políticas, o historias fantásticas, o historias eróticas, son ficción. Y punto. ¿Por qué una actividad tiene que ser más grandiosamente revisada y mirada que otra? ¿Por qué es más importante una cosa que otra? O sea, nosotros estamos visibilizando la sexualidad y haciendo todo este livestream porque hay una norma que dice, oh, lo más importante es la relación sexual y lo no sé qué. Entonces, como bajémosle un par de cambios, bajémosle un poco de velocidades a esto y veamos que todas las actividades en la vida son importantes, y cuando nosotros escribimos, vamos a tener que hacer más o menos investigación. Y me da mucha risa porque, bueno, Kat conoce que...
El proceso investigativo de cualquier novela, creo yo.
Exacto. Y también, en mi caso, cuando yo escribo, también tiene que ver con revisar procesos propios. Entonces, por ejemplo, el fanfic que está publicado, que son varios capítulos, me faltan los 3 últimos capítulos porque tengo que pasar por un capítulo que me significa revisar cosas dolorosas de mi vida. Y que no tienen con ser ace o arro, sino tienen que ver con el hecho de ser humano. Entonces, que son experiencias en común que todos tenemos, que tienen que ver con las pérdidas, con los duelos, con esas cosas, y a veces significa también revisarse sin exponerse. Entonces, eso podría decir por mi parte. Y el que está publicado está en inglés, for those that use, of you that speak English. y está basado en un personaje que el fandom dice que es del espectro ACE, que es Demi, para el fandom, pero en ese tiempo ni siquiera existía ACE Chile cuando la serie terminó. Estaba recién empezando a ver, que es de la serie La Ley y el Orden, Law and Order, Criminal Intent, y uno de los personajes, el fandom, dice que es ACE, porque incluso hay una escena, que amo la escena, en que el personaje está con la psiquiatra, y la psiquiatra le dice, oh, tu compañera de trabajo, que dices tú que admira, ahí hay onda, te atrae, y él se enfurece, y dice, pero ¿hasta cuándo cuando un hombre expresa que quiere y que admira a una mujer, siempre tienen que meter con que se sienta atraído con ella o que hay alguna tensión sexual? Y yo decía, sí, hermano, estoy de acuerdo contigo. Y ahí dije, voy a escribir sobre este personaje.
Bueno, acá.
Te paso la palabra.
Sí, es que vi justo que hicieron un comentario de hablar en el stream sobre las 6 patas del consentimiento. Y tú también nombraste, Vilka, que en tu fanfic tú hablas del consentimiento. Yo también escribo fanfic. Tengo uno que fue parte de mi proceso, creo, como de salida del closet. Fue pre-pandemia, no conocía bien mi identidad, no conocía a ustedes, comunidad sexual y romántica en Chile. Y me di cuenta que estaba escribiendo de ciencia ficción sobre robots. Y fue como, rayos, este es uno de los estereotipos de cómo nos ve la gente también como de afuera, como que no somos capaces supuestamente de ser humanos porque no amamos de la forma normativa, y es como, oye, de repente amamos mucho más intenso, pero de otra forma, como de amistad, de comunidad y otra forma también. Y también escribo sobre consentimiento, pero quizás lo raro y lo novedoso también, y que mencionamos también como cuáles son las contribuciones que menciona aquí Green Activist, también menciona sobre las contribuciones que como comunidad sexual tenemos, es no solamente impactar como en nuestro espacio, también como desde el mismo fandom, cómo se representa también como la forma en que somos. Entonces, bueno, nosotros con Vilka hemos estado mucho tiempo también, no sé, fácil unos 3, 4 años, si no más, 5. Dios mío, cuánto tiempo llevamos trabajando juntos en esta organización. Con la ayuda, el permiso, la contribución, revisando otros como herramientas didácticas y pedagógicas que existen para hablar de consentimiento, revisamos las siglas PRICE, for Consent, in English. Nosotros la tradujimos al español, tratamos de hacer otro anagrama que funcionara, y esto evolucionó en uno de los últimos posts que tenemos, que se llama Le Creí. Y si lo podés mencionar, o yo lo tengo acá para ir leyendo.
Sí, yo lo puedo decir.
Vale,
Si
léanlo, está en nuestras redes en Chile. Es uno de los últimos y se llama Consentimiento, tiene el hashtag, y es Le Creí, y fue también agregar unas palabras más a frases y sacarlas necesariamente del contexto como la intimidad en cama o como solamente en espacios románticos sexuales, sino que también en todo momento con todas las otras relaciones, porque como personas asexuales y románticas nos dimos cuenta que, oye, esto sirve para comunidades. Por ejemplo, nosotros tratando de mantener viva una comunidad con otras personas, como, oye, estas cosas hay que conversarla primero, hay que, si se acuerda de forma informada, consciente, y ahí con todas estas letras que va viviendo Vilka. Por favor, dale.
Sí. Le creí, el consentimiento debe ser libre. Te invito a tomar té y tú eres libre de aceptar si vienes a tomar té. Específico, vienes a tomar té, no a pintar mi casa. Consciente, cuando tú me respondes a las 3 de la mañana, yo luego en la mañana te vuelvo a preguntar porque no sé si estabas completamente despierto para decirme que sí venías a tomarte. Revocable, es decir, puedes decir, ¿sabes qué? No tengo energía para ir y puedo negociar en cómo hacemos. Específico, dije entusiasta. No es como, ay, sí, tengo que ir a tomar té para allá, qué odio. No, quiero ir. Y debe ser informado. Informado, yo te invito a tomar té y sé que, por ejemplo, tienes alergia al gluten y no puedes tomar té, quizás puedes tomar té de hierbas, o puedes tomar café, y no puedes tomar leche. Y ese es el consentimiento y aplica para todos los aspectos de la vida.
Sí, esa es la gracia, como la regla, no sé, no es mnemotécnica, es realmente como un acrónimo es le creí. Entonces ir chequeando como con todas las letras de le creí para ver que si realmente es como lo más, cumple como todo mi checklist de cosas de consentimiento. Bueno, sobre eso mismo, antes de que naciera este mismo concepto, yo escribía también fanfic y me di cuenta que había muchas, quizás a muchos le ha pasado como muchas cosas de un fandom que uno quiere como cambiar. Yo también empecé con esta especie como de fix-it, como el hashtag del tipo de fanfic, como no me gustó esto de la historia original canon, quiero cambiarlo y quiero mis, ¿cómo se llama esto? Mis personajes eran dos robots en un futuro como también distópico, y fue como, pero las relaciones que hay entre los robots y las personas, como que la gente trata de chipearlos con gente entre ellas, y es como, pero hay uno así como que falta esta revisión de qué es el consentimiento, que no y todo. También lo incorporo antes de que haberle hecho como esta revisión más como con gente hacia más pensada y todo. Y otra cosa que me pasó escribiendo fue precisamente como que esto del chipear, como que de repente la necesidad misma como de uno, como de, ya, pero ¿cómo avanza la trama? Ya, tiene que haber un romance, tiene que haber como un triángulo amoroso, tiene que haber una relación sexual romántica. Y también me gusta que al haber leído después los comentarios de mi propia historia, mucha gente interpretaba de repente como tensiones que eran más para mí filosóficas y como de cuestiones de como yo, mi robot, seré humano, ¿no? ¿Cómo estaré sintiendo? ¿Está bien sentir esto o no? Porque yo fui programado para esto otro, que en realidad son preguntas que si uno la traspasa quizás a una experiencia común y corriente de una persona que no es robot, o de una persona en el espectro sexual, también tiene que ver como, oye, ¿está bien que yo ame o siente este tipo de atracción, que no es la atracción romántica? A lo mejor me gusta esta persona por cómo se ve, pero no como físicamente es y su cuerpo me atrae, como también pensar como fuera de la norma. Fueron como muchas cosas que también fue parte de un proceso de sanación mío, de redescubrimiento. Como les digo, fue un fanfic pre-pandemia, yo encontré esta comunidad post-pandemia. También fue catártico escribir como del tema, como ciencia ficción, cómo abordaría una especie de pandemia. Entonces, como hay muchos elementos que siento que me ayudó también a crecer, a pensar, y esto también es algo que me gusta del fanfic. O sea, a mí me da lo mismo que la gente después piensa otra cosa de mis creaciones, porque conozco este término que se llama como la muerte del autor, entre comillas, que es como, da lo mismo la intención que tenga la persona una vez que uno publica su obra, otra gente ya no va a estar leyéndola contigo y lo va a interpretar desde su propia experiencia, y uno no tiene control sobre eso. Entonces, también me gusta esta dinámica que existe entre los fanfic, que quizás es como más directa que entre autor publicado o no, pero también tienen su comunidad de seguidores, así que también está, que es como en otro nivel nomás, pero esta cercanía también de escuchar las experiencias de la gente, como, qué es lo que te comentan. Quizás en fanfic es más directo porque está como el comentario ahí mismo en la misma página. Pero esto que te digan como, oye, me gustó que hablaras de esto y esta temática, como nunca se me hubiese ocurrido que pasara esto, quiero seguir leyendo. Y también lo otro que me pasó a mí, o sea, como que yo tengo una tensión así como digo, filosófica entre dos personajes, pero dije como, no, hay que chipearlo y todo, y como, mi ética como de mi fanfic, porque estoy escribiendo ya con esta idea, es como, estas dos robots no son robots. De partida me di cuenta que no sirve mucho la representación hacia en bola, sirve como para que uno se vaya pensando a sí mismo. Y después quiero hacer una segunda parte con claramente una representación ya más responsable, como con todos los elementos que me gustaría que tuviera una persona asexual directamente que reconocible, no que sea una cosa indirecta que está como con esta temática de mis robots.
Igual, Cas, como complemento, estaba justo escuchando hoy día una persona que se llama Pero Nacho en YouTube, y claro, es interesante cómo la ciencia ficción nos permite abordar emociones humanas, pero sin hacerlo directamente. O sea, claro, quizá en tu contexto pre-pandemia era tu recurso ocupar los robots. Y ahora ya, claro, van cambiando los paradigmas y vamos atreviéndonos a usar humanos como tal. Que es lo que también hemos notado en la comunidad asexual y romántica en el mundo, que generalmente ponen al demonio, al astor, a la esponja, Bob, y así sucesivamente. Personajes que, claro, que no son humanos, pero por el contexto también de donde se fue escrito, temporal.
Yo valoro harto eso porque el estereotipo sirve mientras sea una herramienta más, y como te sirve así como para identificar una forma de no sé, de ser, de sentir, pero también mientras uno no tenga tampoco una comunidad para desarrollar un lenguaje común, entender experiencias en común es difícil. Entonces, uno igual agradece mucho el hashtag, aunque esté mal puesto la etiqueta y todo. También ponte tú decir como alguien que, no sé, meter a todos en el mismo saco y decir que todos somos asexuales cuando en realidad es un espectro de experiencias, como que no sé, pues depende de ser, aquí mismo ser asexuales que hablamos español, como los que no hablamos español, que solo hablamos inglés de primer mundo, de otros países, todas las experiencias son distintas, entonces igual, por lo menos para empezar a encontrar comunidad, empezar a discutir con gente que ha tenido experiencias similares, sirve mucho. Pero como mencionaban antes, así como, oye, hay una responsabilidad y todo, yo creo que igual, quizás yo que soy activista, tomo otra responsabilidad como autor. No dejo de ser activista mientras soy autor. Hay gente que puede que lo tome y gente que no, pero me encanta también esa riqueza que tiene el fanfic de, oye, no cacho mucho, pero quiero escribir de esto, y hay gente que le gusta el tema, y después uno empieza a hacerse las preguntas, salió el inglés ahí, empieza a hacer las preguntas de eso. O sea, por ejemplo, y para no que eso me vaya a esto, alguien preguntaba por teratofilia, que es esto, atracción romántica o sexual o intereses en monstruosidades, en cuerpos monstruosos, en identidades monstruosas y todo eso. Por ejemplo, yo he leído mucha gente que lo hace desde algo más o menos intenso sexualmente o románticamente, pero también te permite como abordar ese tema de cómo te gusta algo que no es normativo, por ejemplo. Como que lo podéis tomar por ese tema también de cómo expresar algo que no es expresable porque no tienes el lenguaje para hacerlo. Y también escapar del fanfic sabiendo que es ficción, o sea, como experimentar como todas tus etiquetas a lo mejor de atracción sexual y romántica en un personaje de fanfic en vez de pasarte la vida y tener mala experiencia sexual y romántica o amistosa de otros tipos de relaciones interpersonales también. Así que eso, como bacán la comunidad de fanfic.
Claro. Y lo otro es que clásica, o históricamente, no sé si clásico, porque el fanfic no es una cosa nueva, no es una cosa que aparece recién con las redes, hay gente reinventando y cambiándole finales a las cosas desde hace mucho tiempo. Pero el fanfic, una de las cosas que hace es abrirle la puerta en especial a la comunidad queer y a la comunidad neurodivergente para poder hacer relatos, para poder contar nuestras experiencias. Entonces, respecto a la pregunta sobre la responsabilidad, y también combinándola con si hay aspectos en que nos podemos negar a traducir para lectores, a mí me pasa lo contrario con respecto a traducir. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo un par de personajes, todavía esto no lo publico, lo voy a publicar pronto, basándome en Betty la Fea, yo creo que se recordarán de esa serie, y hay dos personajes que son activistas, para poderlo poner en un lenguaje común, y tienen discusiones y tienen conversaciones, no que estén peleando, pero dicen, textual, pero esta persona es un algo amato normalizado, patriarcal, capitalista, etcétera, etcétera, y están haciendo análisis con respecto a una situación emocional, como la que podemos hacer en alguna conversación privada acá, Alex, o como cualquiera de entre nosotros, y que decimos, no, pero esto que acaba de pasar es a lo norma, o esto que acaba de pasar está pasándose por alto el consentimiento, y nombramos nosotros. Entonces, en el caso mío, yo muchas veces lo nombro, depende del personaje, y otras veces no lo nombro. Y también ocurre que lo conversamos en un momento con Alex y Kat, que ocurre cuando nosotros escribimos y cuando nosotros leemos además cosas que escribe gente hace y arro, hay chistes internos.
¿Verdad?
De la comunidad. Por ejemplo, tengo una escena que a mí me encanta porque me costó mucho escribirla, en que hay un tipo, acá en Chile se dice jotear, no sé cómo se dice en otros países, póngalo en comentarios cuando alguien está como coqueteando, pero ya siendo invasivo. Y la personaje le dice, es que no, como, ¿dónde está esta desconexión mental en tu cabeza que tú crees que yo te estabas coqueteando? ¿En qué ¿Cuál fue la desconexión de la realidad en tu cabeza? Le dice al tipo. Y esas son cosas que yo he escuchado en la comunidad. Gente dice, pero ¿dónde está la desconexión mental? La desconexión de la realidad de esta persona que cree que uno le está boqueteando. ¿De dónde lo sacó? Y creo que son cosas que quizás solamente la comunidad hace, /arrow, pueda sentirse representada. O como cuando te chipean, como decía Kat, cuando te fuerzan el chipeo.
Claro, te ven con A, B, Z y uno está pensando en comer, en nada que ver, así. No solamente
claro.
quiere estar.
Claro, ¿sabían que hay un estudio que dice que las personas piensan en sexo como 20 veces por minuto?
Oye, sí, yo pienso más en comida que en soy parte, como baja de la campana de Gauss de esa encuesta.
Claro, la última vez que me junté con mi ex, oh, sí, qué rico, estaba el sushi que fuimos a comer.
Claro.
Y la persona está pensando solo en comida.
Pero, ojo, que no, a lo mejor en eso nos dijeron que la mitad era gente escribiendo fanfic sobre eso. Que hay un tema que mencionaron que es como la fitosexualidad, que es una de las identidades que está dentro del espectro asexual. Fictosexualidad, así como de ficticio.
De ficción.
Claro, que es de... yo no sé si... mira, no quiero decir que esta es la explicación, pero por lo menos hay gente que sí le hace lógica y por eso es eso. A lo mejor hay otras identidades, otras razones por las que la gente tiene esta identidad. Pero, por ejemplo, yo encuentro súper como sano también, como lo que decía, o sea, como experimentar primero en fanfic, como qué es lo que me atrae, qué es lo que no me atrae y todo, y después cuando tenga, no sé, las herramientas, esté lista emocionalmente, o no sé, socialmente, o como de cualquier otro momento. Claro, cuando se alineen los planetas, como decimos nosotros, y como tu cuerpo y mente asexual o en el espectro sexual encuentre esa atracción. Vale, va a venir una pregunta y que más adelante vamos a tomar. Cuando uno, como te digo, se alineen los planetas, tener el paso para experimentarlo ya como en la vida real, pero mientras tanto haber como jugado en el buen sentido del juego, como al haber estado pensando en fanfics, o fantasiado también con personajes de fanfic, o de literatura, o cosas así, porque también es una forma como digo, cercana y lejana lo suficiente como para que uno pueda como pensarlo y no sentirse necesariamente como... no necesariamente agredido, pero así como que sea algo que te provoque ansiedad, por ejemplo. Como ir de golpe a una relación cara a cara que no estás necesariamente preparado. Entonces igual, para mí, pensándolo como de la forma más amena y positiva posible, es como existan todas estas identidades por algo, y mientras uno sea como feliz identificándose como con esa etiqueta, con esa identidad, y encontrando una comunidad también que te apoye para vivir una vida feliz y sana al respecto, no tengo que criticarlo, o sea, como es la identidad de alguien y bacán por ella, como qué más puedo decir.
Hay un poema que lo leí en pandemia, que es un poema bastante halo y es como un mensaje como al tipo incel, red pillar o de la machósfera. Y dice que tenga cuidado si se involucra con una mujer que lee. Eso dice el poema, porque es una persona que ha vivido muchas vidas. Y dice, y aún peor, con una que escriba. Y pensando en eso, creo que la persona que escriba o lea ficción y de esa forma experimente esa relación o ese tipo de relación o ese tipo de prácticas, no necesariamente tiene que llevarla a cabo desde la corporalidad y la presencialidad. Y muchas veces puede ser absolutamente suficiente con esa experimentación, porque nada te debe forzar a tener alguna experiencia que no quieres tener en la presencialidad o nadie te puede obligar a leer algo.
Vale, tengo una pregunta ahora como para para la agenda de tiempo, porque ya llevamos más de una hora, viene otro panel, pero quedan varias preguntas entre medio. Mientras llega la siguiente panelista, ¿les parece que sigamos las últimas preguntas que aparecieron acá abajo, que puso Matías sale de acá abajo? Te voy a hacer la pregunta y usted la responde. Eso. Ayuda a procesar experiencias, aprender a conectar con experiencias que son comunes y no lo sabíamos. Me imagino
usted está conectada con la que decía, el fanfic te permite corregir o reparar representaciones formativas, ayuda a procesar experiencias, aprender a conectar con experiencias que son comunes y no lo sabíamos.
¿Qué cosa? ¿El fanfic? Sí.
El fanfic, o el escribir, en el fondo.
Claro, porque uno, es que el mismo acto de escribir permite a uno ordenar las ideas que están en la cabeza flotando. Al menos en mi caso, claro, fue un asunto de muy, muy, muy pequeño empezar a escribir y me he dado cuenta que sí, que permite eso, o sea, a partir de historias que uno ve en la tele y después uno tiene el manso sueño, en mi caso, a través de los sueños, la mansa película y después eso, escribirlo como a uno le gustaría que fuera. Y ahí tirar para adelante con la imaginación.
¿Sí, Kat, qué crees tú?
O sea, yo encuentro que sí. Se ayuda a conectar. De hecho, muchas formas, no solamente fanfic o leer o escribir al respecto, pero, por ejemplo, recuerdo así como, hoy hay trabajos de como de terapia de psicología o como cosas como escribe qué es lo que sientes, cómo lo procesas, qué sentiste, cómo qué te lo gatilla, qué control tienes sobre eso y todo. Son herramientas de trabajo que bueno, ojalá que uno lo pueda hacer con alguien como que sepa del tema, así como tú, pero si no, también son formas de lidiar con, como de procesar emociones, procesar vivencias, tratar de encontrarle de repente una experiencia similar. Mucha gente le pasa, por ejemplo, jugando videojuegos, así como revivir una experiencia traumática de tu personaje. Oye, no puedo pasar nivel, se me ha muerto 20 veces seguía mi mono, mi personaje, y voy a seguir de otra forma. También son formas de procesar el fracaso, procesar como experiencias frustrantes, no necesariamente que fracasas, pero es una forma también como de separarse y que sea como otra entidad la que está siendo como atacada, versus que es tu personaje, ya sea una historia, una canción que estás escuchando, una película que estás viendo o algo que estás escribiendo, un videojuego, lo que sea, versus a como revivirlo, experimentarlo como yo, ¿cachai? Decir como, oh, es a mí. ¿Cachai? Entonces, esta como cercanía, lejanía que he mencionado es súper importante, encuentro, y son distintas formas que tenemos como seres humanos también de lidiar con cosas, como que, oye, por algo los juegos y las experiencias lúdicas existen y han existido desde que somos humanos, de hecho, mamíferos antes de ser humanos juegan, ¿cachai? Creo que también es una parte que hay que tomarle valor, que hemos perdido como el tratar de ser personas adultas encajando en una vida productiva,
Y sobre
no
todo
perder miedo al
consumistas en
juego.
redes sociales.
Sí, o sea, no sé, nosotros tratamos de tener un equipo de videojuegos o de juegos de mesa, así como de RPG, de roleplay, cosas. También nos ayuda, ¿cachai? Como conversar de repente como experiencias hace arro desde el personaje que estás jugando, el personaje que estás escribiendo, leyendo.
Sí, ¿sabes qué? Me quedé pensando en que muchas veces pasa que en el fanfic, como hay gente que te está leyendo básicamente en live, por decirlo, o sea, lo publica y hay gente que te lee, te puede leer de inmediato. Respecto a lo que decía Amparo Morales, dice que le ayuda como a definir gustos e intereses, promoviendo la introspección y una mayor comprensión de la identidad. Me quedé pensando en cuentos, por ejemplo, el Pedrito y el Lobo. Y cuando se hace fanfic, se toma el cuento y se reparan los patrones, los sesgos, bias, patriarcales, capitalistas, alonormados, y creo que ahí también tiene que ver con la responsabilidad, porque hay más, creo que tienes que ser más crítico con lo que estás escribiendo, que es lo que cuando se imprime y luego no hay una retroalimentación. Y no dije que siempre cuando se escribe en impreso, digamos, porque autores como Alex, sabe que tiene una responsabilidad, y esto incluso con la literatura infantil, porque pasa, por ejemplo, con la literatura infantil, en que es el hombre el protagonista, el único. Y las mujeres dejan de tener protagonismo, por ejemplo. O está lo normado, lo amatonormado, el parejocentrismo. Y eso es algo que te da libertad y también responsabilidad al fanfic.
Sí.
Dice acá, creo que esta es la contribución que hace el fanfic por la sexualidad, que lleva a ser herramienta para que nosotros nos podamos relacionar con otros siendo representados, ser visibles y alcanzar a otra gente que se siente afuera de la norma. Sí, básicamente es lo que estaba diciendo, que el fanfic tiene esa historicidad en que las personas que estamos fuera de la norma entramos al fanfic para hacer una crítica al canon, hacer un universo alterno, o explicar cosas que vemos detrás del canon, como lo que contaba yo del personaje de Law and Order, Criminal Intent. El personaje por detrás tiene un montón de cosas, que es neurodivergente, que es Demi hace arro, que un montón de cosas. Entonces leemos detrás de esos personajes, los personajes de los robots. Hay personajes que te dicen, no, si este personaje es pero absolutamente arro, no puede ser romántico, aunque lo fuerzan. Y sientes que los guionistas van y fuerzan algo y entonces como, no, aquí hay algo. Y de ahí se disparan los fanfics también.
Otra cosita también que quería comentar, porque, bueno, ahora vamos a rellenar hasta que tengamos tiempo para el siguiente panel, y antes de cambiar el panel en inglés, vamos a responder las preguntas en inglés. Voy a decir en inglés para que me entiendan todos. We will keep answering the questions in Spanish, and right before changing to the panel in English, we will also answer the question that we read in English. So stay tuned. We are yet to wait for the next panelist.
Yeah, we're waiting for the people to get in. I think we already answered all the questions in English. I mean, in Spanish. The last question in English that was on screen, I answered it in Spanish, but we could answer it in English. But before that, I will ask Alex to give us a last thoughts, or Alex, para que antes de switch al inglés, ¿nos puedes dejar alguna reflexión, alguna conclusión, algún pensamiento, sentimiento que tengas?
No, o sea, más que nada agradecimientos por el espacio que se ha organizado. Bueno, fuimos parte de organizar todo esto también. Muchas gracias, chiques del IAD, del día. También acá a Cerro Chile por el espacio, por el tiempo, para poder conversar del libro y también más allá del libro, conversar también de la importancia de la representación de personajes hacia Cerro. En todo su esplendor, o sea, también las relaciones, las realidades, los desafíos que nos tocan, como también alternativas que ojalá sean mucho más amenas. Así que muchas gracias y manténganse inspirados, atrévanse a escribir, es muy terapéutico, se lo aseguro. Por muy loco que suene, atrévanse. Y eso, cualquier cosa, igual estoy disponible, no sé, pues si algún día alguien quiere preguntar cómo se hace el libro, o qué proceso conlleva, qué opciones hay. Siempre está el Discord de Cerro Chile y están los talleres de escritura los miércoles también con Vilca como anfitriones para practicar y soltar la mano.
Sí, tenemos un taller de escritura. Yo, como para concluir el panel, antes de responder la pregunta en inglés, diría que para quienes escriben y quieren representar al espectro ACE, recuerden que es imposible representar todas las realidades. Hay realidades que tú conoces, realidades que tú quieres o puedes representar, y nunca lo va a representar a todos. A veces se cree que nosotros, por vivir dentro del espectro, sabemos que no podemos representarle a todos, y a veces cuando uno siente esa responsabilidad, que estén todas las realidades puestas, y a veces en un solo personaje, cosa que no puede, y tendrías que hacer, no sé si alguien conoció la guía telefónica que salían los nombres de toda la gente de la ciudad, habría que reescribir la guía telefónica para representarles a todos. No se puede.
Se hace lo mejor posible, así que se agradece el apoyo.
Sí.
Y recuerden, quienes puedan leerlo, dejar reseña.
Sí, por favor, contacten a Alex, síganle en su cuenta de Instagram, bueno, tienes otras cuentas también.
Y tengo
no sé.
Tumblr, Facebook, Instagram, el Telegram y eso.
Pero lo encuentran ahí, tiene como un Linktree en su biografía de Instagram, y ahí aparecen todas las redes también, para que le sigan, le pregunten. Es una serie, una saga con varios libros, así que pónganse al día cuando puedan. Nosotros también queremos hacer una especie de club, ojalá que salga, esto no es oficial todavía, pero estamos planificando. Es una especie de club de lectura internacional con hispanohablantes, así que si tienen disponibilidad de libros que quieran recomendar, que organizaciones que quieran participar, nos contactan en @Chile en nuestras redes sociales. O por último pueden dejar acá el comentario en este mismo live, me imagino. Si es que no nos pueden contactar a otro lado, también vamos a estar revisando esto. Porque queremos que salga de aquí en adelante, como que no es como ahora ya que empiece, sino que recién nos salió la idea porque, oye, tenemos también un autor de nuestra misma comunidad que encontramos muy bueno su libro, que nos gustaría también que pensarlo desde otras como visiones, porque nosotros, siendo de Chile, pensando en una comunidad en Chile futuro, ¿qué piensa que a lo mejor como las mismas temáticas, otros países, otras experiencias de vida? Y también si tú tienes un libro que te gustaría también pensar y leer en comunidad, sigamos haciéndolo. Porque nosotros hemos tenido también club de lectura, pero por tiempo de nuestros voluntarios no ha podido extenderse. Así que por eso estamos buscando también más formas de llevarlo a cabo con otras organizaciones. Por último, para cerrar, porque como dijo Vilca, también tenemos un taller de escritura. Si hay gente que le gusta escribir, bienvenida a participar. También es abierto a gente hispanohablante que se esté cuestionando o que sea queer friendly. No necesariamente tienes que ser identificarte en un espectro sexual o romántico para participar, pero sí ser respetuosa con la gente que ya participa en ese espacio. Sí, así que vengan nomás.
Lo que se hace para contextualizar, el taller de escritura hace un trabajo que está relacionado, mezcla la corriente de conciencia, la escritura automática, siempre trabajando desde el consentimiento, desde el grupo, respetando los trigger warnings. Las personas cuando entran dicen, mire, yo prefiero que este tema me causa mucho problema, prefiero que no se tome, y no se toma. Y son ejercicios cortitos, ha sido muy entretenido, y se vienen cositas con lo que se escribe. Queremos hacer cosas con los resultados de los talleres. Nos reímos mucho, nos emocionamos.
Encontramos también, yo creo, nombres o cosas como que no hay experiencias que nos han pasado también. Es
la
bueno
última
como
vez que la última sesión del miércoles pasado, que se hace a las 9 de la noche de Chile, es decir, si hoy día fuera miércoles, hace 25 minutos que empezó. Fue muy, muy divertido porque reescribimos el final de Pedrito y el Lobo, y se armó terminaron varias revoluciones en el pueblo donde vivía Pedrito. Otra vez hicimos no sé si fue Rapunzel. También, como digo, nos emocionamos y nos reímos mucho porque hacemos también crítica a la amatonorma, y a veces elegimos y parece que fuera algo muy halo, y al final no es halo, y es muy, muy, muy divertido.
Sí, es entretenido verlo como con ojos que no sea como el del lector promedio, sino como que otra gente asexual o romántica te haga el comentario, así como, oye, yo también entendí esto, o yo también como que noté este guiño a tal referencia y cosas así. Bueno, para ir cerrando, voy a hacer el cierre en español y por último responder la pregunta en inglés que me quedó pendiente. Y de ahí pasamos al, no sé si quieren hacer un break por mientras o algo, pero para ir cerrando, para que lo piensen. De ahí pasamos a inglés. Ya. Como un cierre, agradecer a toda la gente también que ha participado, que ha estado comentando, las mismas comunidades que nos están apoyando también con la difusión de este libro de Alex. Otras comunidades también ya han hecho entrevistas y todo. Hay gente también interesada en leerlo y gente también que, como decimos, participa ya sea como en los clubes de lectura, clubes de escritura, que hemos estado levantando desde hace meses. Y bueno, recordarle a toda la gente que nos está escuchando que da lo mismo qué es lo que escribes o lo que lees. Tu conducta no es que dicta tu orientación sexual, sino cómo entiendes y cómo tú sientes tu atracción sexual, para que lo tengamos en cuenta, porque muchas veces se confunde, oye, tu conducta sexual o tu conducta en general es como lo que dicta quién eres, y es como no. Yo como persona tengo el poder y la determinación para definirme a mí misma, así que recordemos eso, o sea, también como para no sacar del closet o como poner la etiqueta a la otra persona, es como tú calzas con eso, como la persona en sí debería ser capaz de identificarse y ponerse su propia etiqueta. Así que eso también, usemos las etiquetas que nos hagan feliz. Hay gente que le gusta hablar como solamente yo soy ase o soy asexual y no definirse más dentro del espectro. Hay gente que le gusta también como meterse cuál es la como subetiqueta, las banderitas y cosas más específicas. A cada cual lo que le haga feliz. Eso, y también si uno necesita cambiar su identidad, sus etiquetas, también es bueno porque es parte de un proceso de autodescubrimiento que lleva tiempo, sabemos. De repente uno tiene toda la información y después encuentra algo que te hace más sentido y uno se identifica de otra forma. Y por último, también consumir o crear contenido más alosexual o más asexual te ayuda en este proceso. Así que adelante, como se dice acá en Chile, vos dale, con confianza. Solo recuerda no caer en estereotipos en el sentido de que sean negativos. Y recuerda ser respetuoso de la comunidad sexual, o sea, ya sea si la estás representando, si la estás criticando, si quieres hacer una contribución desde la comunidad sexual o para la comunidad sexual, también con respeto. Y lo que decimos, o sea, ojalá lo que criticamos al inicio, que la representación sea porque es un interés real, no por morbo o porque esto me va a vender porque es nuevo, sino que el interés sea como, oye, quiero que esa experiencia que no se ha contado sí se cuente. Quiero que gente que necesite esta representación y entendérselo haga. Eso para cerrar en español. Y por último voy a responder una pregunta que estuvo al inicio. Déjenme buscarla. I don't know if this person is still on the chat. If no, sorry, but I'm answering anyways.
Think about teratophilia in fiction, especially nowadays, since over-sexual monsters in fiction.
As I said in Spanish, I do like the freedom that writing fiction or writing a fan fiction gives you. It is also empowering, and if you can use it to test it in a healthy way, in a way that is less threatening than in real life, I think it is a powerful tool to have to understand yourself, understand your desire. And also I want to tell you, we are talking about this or something similar regarding these topics and of what is like socially accepted to love, to have an interest in different corporalities, and how you can feel attracted or repulsed by it in the next panel. So please stay tuned. We will love to talk this from a different perspective. So basically, teratophilia, I think it in a like philosophical way, not like literal. So that's the reason I see it as a positive tool rather than something I have to criticize. Bilka, I don't know if you have any comment about it.
Yes, I also said in Spanish that whatever you write about, if you're writing about teratophilia, if you're writing about which is so criticized, and I still don't understand about feet, and people criticize people that are writing about feet, but they are not criticizing the people that are writing about other more intimate parts of the body. And I don't know. I don't understand it because it's the same body. I don't get it. Which is wrong with one or the other. whatever you write about, it is between you and yourself. And as long as you're not praising and cheering on abuse, and that is right, okay.
Right.
I mean,
I would say,
writing
like,
about it and cheering up and making the main character as abusing other people or other beings, and writing it as it is a good thing, okay, that is dangerous. And which is everybody's doing. Hollywood is doing it. Okay, come on. But whatever you write about, it's okay. I think it's the same thing with whatever.
Yes. Also, you think you have to remember many asexual people do write fanfic, like very serious and kind of extreme stories in fanfic, because that's the way they have of engaging in these topics, and they have this separation, like this healthy separation I mentioned in Spanish, and that is kind of close enough but distant enough to feel comfortable talking about, I don't know, like topics that may be taboo to talk in other contexts. And here, thank you. We have the messages by the people sent. Alex, gracias por tu...
I think we already covered all the questions. So I guess that we should start the other panel. If our doorkeeper could also please let people get in. Alex, I don't know if you're staying or not.
Hey,
no, don't worry. I'm going to listen my team.
Hey, Alex,
thank you a lot, Alex. We love you.
Hope soon having your book translated, hopefully within the next years.
Yeah, so, we have several people in Acerro, Chile that speaks English, so we can help with that. Cool. Now the whole world knows that I offered myself.
It's being recorded and
it's on YouTube, so now you can say, okay, you told me that we're going to help me translate.
Okay. I can talk with Fiorella. Bye.
Bye, Alex. Thank you.
Bye, Alex.
Bye, Alex. Yep.
So we have Matias here. We have Agatha. We have
Agatha.
Our dear Kat, we already know, and me, myself, and what happens when there are bodies and people that are not deserving to be loved? In this panel, we will talk about the colonization of desire and allonormativity from a decolonized perspective. We will question our self-view, self-perception, and we will discuss how some bodies are worthy to be loved and others not, which comes from coloniality and allonormativity.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm Wilka from Asexuales and Románticos, Chile. We have Agatha from Dominican Republic. We have
hello.
Matthias and Kat. Everybody will introduce themselves in 1 minute.
Okay.
Or less. And please, Agatha, would you like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello, my name is Agatha Brooks. I am Black transgender woman. I have 37 years old. I live in Dominican Republic. I have a Instagram page for Asexuales RD. I am the only person manager this page, and I'm talk about asexuality for 4 years ago, I think. And nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Kat, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello again, this time in English. I am Kat. I'm from Asexuales y Románticas Chile, also known as ASEARO Chile. I've been in this organization for about 4 or 5 years. I'm from Chile, from South America. I use any all pronouns or, interchangeably. I'm in the asexual spectrum, in the aromantic spectrum. Also, I identify myself as pansexual and gender fluid. I like different topics about scientific approach of social sciences and cultures, languages, and sex ed, sex education, and I'm a LGBTQAI plus activist, transfeminist activist. That's what I can say.
Matías?
I'm used to say LGBTQA plus in Spanish, so it's rare in English. My name is Matías. You can call me Mati. My pronouns are he, and I'm 35, also from Asearo, Chile. I'm a race. I'm happy to be here tonight.
And I'm Wilka. I use they, them pronouns. I'm asexual, aromantic, autistic, and ADHD. So yeah, I'm like the battery, the 4A battery. Yes. And we're going to start the panel talking about what this what is the colonization of desire. I am trying to find my cheat sheet, but I lost it, so I have to click on the here it is. No, it's not. So I'm trying to find it. Could you please, Kat, start with the definition that I haven't been able to find? Please, here it is. I found it.
Okay. I wanted to go get something to drink. So.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks.
Yeah, I will. Okay, when we're talking about the colonization of desire, what we will understand in this panel about desire. We're not talking about everything sexually related, like normalized desire, but it is related to it. First of all, we will talk about from a decolonial lens, and we will talk about otherness, which is not a neutral difference, but a power relation produced by the colonial system that defines certain bodies, cultures, not just as inferior or outside of the norm in order to sustain domination. This is a process that defines identity through stereotypes and exclusion, turning the other, with capital letter, other, into an object of control and representation rather than a subject with voice and agency. In other words, from a decolonial perspective, otherness is the way colonial powers define some people as inferior, others, to justify domination and exclusion. In simple terms, and from a decolonial point of view, otherness is when society treats other people as different in a negative way, like they don't belong or they are less important, because of systems that are shaped by colonial history. It's not just about being different, but about being pushed outside and devalued so others can feel superior and stay in power. So, we will talk about otherness, and we will talk about desire also. So, Kat, please, could you tell us what desire is from our cheat sheet if you want to.
Okay. Guys, I don't find the point either. Okay. I like to reference this topic was also mentioned in the early hours of this live stream, and I had like a brief introduction to this topic from other perspective, and I would love to change this otherness talk about a decolonized point of view. So from a decolonized perspective, decolonization of desire refers to how colonial power shapes what people learn to see as beautiful, valuable, or desirable, pushing them to aspire to whiteness and reject their own identities. It operates through culture, media, and everyday norms, making domination feel natural by entertaining not just the mind, but the very structure of longing and self-worth. I don't know if people in the public had this perspective, have ever heard about this the colonized point of view of desire, or if it makes sense like right now in this moment. We will be reading your comments too. Guys, I don't know when you would like to talk about this is a very important point of view, and that's why we are talking about it in this panel.
Yeah, so what are we talking about? When historically speaking, when there's a point in history from the decolonial point of view where Europe sees itself as the center and the main point of reference. And when did this happen? When they start seeing other peoples with capital P and S at the end. So they see the Orient as an other with capital letter. And the same thing happens when Columbus arrives to the Abya, which is the Americas. And where are we? Here in the Americas and in Africa and in the Orient, we were all dirty, ugly. We had weird practices even when having sex with everything. We were trans people, etc. We were the other, the weird, the bad. So
they made their own story of their uniqueness, but making the story of the otherness. So they create the other to present themselves as the real thing. And
Exactly.
to domesticate the other was we're talking about today. Yes.
Yeah. And for example, the word native, when we talk about the natives, this comes from the naturalists. The native species of plants, animals, and these things that were like people, but they are not actually people. I am referring, I'm not saying that we are not people, of course. So I was shocked to learn that, for example, in the USA and in Latin America, racism works differently. Yeah, and which is crazy because there are some actors, and I always say, even when we gather Agatha, Kat, and Matty to prepare this, I was confused. They explained it to me, and I'm still confused. I always confuse The Rock and Vin Diesel.
The actors.
Yeah, the actors. I don't know which is which. But one of them is black. And I didn't know he was black. And the person that explained this to me, and there are several content creators, Latin American content creators, said, oh, okay, this guy is black, but here, if he was in Latin America, he would not be considered black. because in the USA, if you have one drop of black blood in your veins, you're black. In Latin America, it's about whitening. So the more white blood, you are less black. And here, please, Agatha, could you explain to us how does it work? Because she experienced this, and she's from the Dominican Republic, and she has a very interesting perspective of this. Please, Agatha.
Hello again. I'm sorry I don't pull my camera because I'm a little sick.
Get well.
But I stay here. I want to say the reason people in Latin America discover is black in Europe or United States is because the colorizing. Colorizing is in Latin America we have a categories for the color of the people. The only people black in Latin America is the black skin, more black skin. But you are white for Latin America people. You're very white, and you can say black, and people in Dominican Republic say, no, you're not black, you are white. Or you can say you are mestizo or India or something like that, but not black, because from Latin America, the only person is black is people like me, like my skin. And when you talk about that, is very very confusing for someone people because they don't understand why people say I'm black only because her ancestors are black, because the color of her skin not represent the black. Always in a couple words, everything about be black or be white in Latin America is testing by your skin. Your skin is very important for that. This is a colorizing in English, I think.
Colorization.
Colorizing. And I have the people have theories about that because for other people talking about it's not scientific, no, it's culture more, because in Dominican Republic I talk about the experience in Dominican Republic. People can say I'm white because my ancestors are we for españoles. What do they say? Españoles y
Spanish people.
Spaniards.
Yeah, Spanish people, and they more important for the Spanish ancestors and Indian ancestors, but the black ancestors. Hmm? But the black ancestor is a thing for hating people or something like that, because hating people have the black skin, and this is confusion for that because I'm born in Bahamas. My father was Dominican. My mother is from Bahamas, and I'm born to Bahamas. But I grew up in the Dominican Republic, and I grew up all these years. And all these years, people think I hate them because, well, because my skin or my body is for the black people from their place. In the Dominican Republic, no, don't be black people like me. They think in your construction about the colorizing. And people say they black in the Dominican Republic say, oh no, you're pro hating, because I have a long history in after independence of the Dominican Republic. Here the governance here, it was the hating people, and when they claim the Independence Day in the Dominican Republic, uh, about that has a lot of hate from history about this country. He say they poor because God punishment the people because they in the past they the governors for this land, but now I'm blessed because we have the Bible in the flag, and this is stuff like that. Everything is a combination of say, a combination of they believe the black people is another stuff. The It's very complicated, but the religion, the antipas, and the story created the colorism.
Yeah. And talking about colorism, Mati, you were telling how in the backstage, we were talking about a friend of yours here in Chile. We cannot hear you, Mati.
Can you?
There. Yeah. Now, yeah, we can. It's okay now. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
the question was about your friend.
I can't hear you. My computer.
Oh.
About my friend, my black friend in Chile.
Yeah. Hola.
Just a second. The computer is very low in activity, so I can see myself. I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we are hearing
Yes,
you. We can hear you. So go on like if nothing was happening.
Okay, yes. I was putting full screen and everything fall down. So I have a friend here in Chile that is from is an Afro descendant. Is a black person from Chile, and in Chile there is an idea that there are no Afro Chileans. There is this idea. They teach us in school that there were no slavery here. Point one, and apparently no migrancy from anywhere where the ethnicity was black. Apparently there was not. So the idiosyncrasy of Chile, and then say my family, they think we're almost white, basically, but there is like this myth, and my friend that is an activist in the migrant black persons that came to Chile has an essay, a short essay that is called The Question. I don't know, maybe it's The Interrogatory, something like that. But it's what happened to her every day. She encounters a new person, and that person sees her in her black skin and ask her, where are you from? And she says, from Chile, or even from Chiloé, the south of Chile. Very published by German people inclusive and native from Chile. So one may think there's no black persons in Chile. So she says, where are you from? From Chile. No, but and it's the otherness we're talking about. They want to make another to present themselves. So they need the answer. Where are you from? So that's what my friend is talking about. They need the answer, where are you from? So even though they make the question and she tells them the answer, Chile, they repeat them, the question. Where are you from? Chile, the south of Chile. And then again and again and again until they want until they have the answer they want. Okay. This is, I spare some of the questions, but it may be 6 questions, 7. It's again and again and again and again until she can answer, because of she's tired of repeating. She's chilling, basically, that she's from, okay, my father was from Panama. She didn't know her father. He wasn't alive when she born. So it's not a part of her history. It's a part of her presentation, and it's not about part of her history either. No, I'm not telling that, but it's the thing that she's questioned about every time and relentlessly, every day, and one time after another, until they get the answer they wish. Because they made, as I said, the uniqueness by making another. So by making another and domesticating that other is how they get power. So the question is just about domestication. They need the answer because they need to be in control.
Yeah, it's very much like when they ask us as asexual people. But what are you attracted to? Are you attracted to men, women, both, all of them? Oh, I'm not. But what are you attracted to? Nobody. But what are you attracted
Who are you attracted to?
You're like, okay, werewolves.
How do I know?
Yes.
Or dragons. Leave me alone.
I don't think if people that hasn't experienced this colonization, like oppression in your countries or in your lifetime, do you feel similar when this happened to you being asexual? Do you recognize these similitudes? Or is this something that only, or maybe we have these shared experiences, we see what is common about them? That's something that I was thinking. And also I'm seeing some very interesting comments in the chat on YouTube. We will address them eventually. But
Please keep sending them. I'm not have to.
Yeah. And can you repeat the question, Kat?
Oh no! It was like it doesn't have to be answered right now. I think it's a question for the whole panel. But I was wondering if these similar experiences we face as asexual people and with this experience in of countries of colonization, and if other people that hasn't had this experience of being from, I don't know, a particular part of the, I don't know, southern hemisphere maybe has experienced this.
There, what you're saying is where it touches the part of the colonization of desire within the allonormativity, because there are some people within the norm that are considered beautiful and desirable from the allo's perspective. And when you are not into that norm, not only about the body, but how you behave, how you talk, how you present yourself to the world, the clothing that you wear, all this myriad of things, you have to be in certain structure. If you're not in that structure, you're not desirable to be, you're not desirable. Allow normative desirable. And you're not, you don't deserve love. And then comes no love at all, any kind. And there is where comes the mirror. Because the mirror is the reflection of the society in your head. So you look at yourself in the mirror and you think, I am not worthy of to be loved. I will not have friends. I am not a human being. Which this is the last thought inside your head. So that's where comes also struggles of creating healthy and fulfilling relationships, any kind of relationships. So that is the colonization of desire. Because there are some bodies that are exoticized, eroticized, especially racialized people. Like, oh, this person is Latin America, this is hot. And we are saying like, yeah, we're hot because we are 40 degrees Celsius here, but not
Pedro Pascal, Bad Bunny.
Yeah, Pedro Pascal and please, Mati, you were I don't know if you have your guitar over there.
I don't. Being
You
prepared
play.
my homework as I should have.
You don't have it over there?
No.
Oh, damn it.
Where
Because you were explaining to us about how this otherness also is reflected in music, in especially in Othello from Shakespeare. Could you tell us about that?
Okay, so like I was saying before, the oneness of Eurocentric perspective was forged in making and domesticating the otherness. So there are various examples in culture, specifically music. The example you were talking about, Othello, was William Shakespeare's history of a man that is, I want to say the
Moor?
word Moor. Yes, that was the word I wanted.
It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite plays. So yeah,
it's a good play, and it's Giuseppe Verdi's that the opera I'm talking about is a good opera too. I've seen it and it's very, very good. So the parameters they use in music to represent the otherness has always been like I was saying, to make the other and domesticate it. So if you see Othello, you'll see he was a Moor, so they portrayed him as a black person. because he's the other. The story is developed in Venice. Sorry, Venice. So even though he's a connotated general, he's the other. The exotic, and the music represents that too. So if you see Othello, it will be represented with a music that is the idea of the music that you should portray for a black man, and a Moor, someone for Arabic descendant, and even the is not related in this story, someone from Spain, because Moors and Spain in that epoch was were combined. There was
the Moors, quote unquote, were ruling the Arabic Peninsula for 5 centuries.
Yeah. So the idea of the other includes in this particular portray that even though of the times, that the music that portray this black person that has nothing to do with Spain, even though a little Spain, because Moors were associated with Spain, and therefore there were the other. Spain in this time was called the Africa of Europe, because of the little the trajectory between one another, because of the Gibraltar. I don't know how is Estrecho Gibraltar says, but it's
Gibraltar.
Yeah. Is they're very close. So Spain was associated with Africa, and then
there is an influence from Arabs
in this
culture in Spain.
But they put all in only one box. So the music was presenting, even though this particular Moor wasn't an Spaniel Moor, it was associated with them in the type of music they were portraying. So, and they always do this of put the otherness in a box that is a comfortable box. The other example is Shakira. Shakira is
the good other.
The good other, the comfortable other, the one that is Shakira is a Colombian singer that is from Arabic descendant, and she dance belly dance. She mixed cultures before she was mainstream, but when she was mainstream, she was the good other. She started singing in English, and then she was when
she colored her hair.
She colored her hair.
She dyed her hair.
Yes, blonde. And many people in Latin America said, that's not my Shakira. Shakira was red hair. And
black hair. She had dark hair.
My Shakira was red hair. I am a little
no, I met her with
I know.
dark brown hair.
I did too, but that was a great era for her, red hair.
And I have a question for Agatha. When we are talking about erotization of certain bodies, which is exotization and erotization. Could you talk a little bit about it? And I'm putting the trigger warning here.
Well, this is a complicated conversation because it's very aggressive sometimes, because the people all the world is hypersexualizing. Everything is very sexual. The commercial for a drink is sexual. For something coming for a share, it's asexual. And like a woman, I I see the dress, all of the dress for young women, or they consider all women for 18, 13, is very sexualizing too. Um, Very exotic, and body and black bodies is very classification, classification,
Classificated.
uh, classificated. Yeah, sorry,
Mhm.
it's very classificated because that very exotic is the treasure in Latin America. Looking at a body like that, yeah, because I'm in Instagram and Telegram, well, space like that, meant for Italy, Spain, uh, uh, the countries like that. You will say, oh, your body is very static, and you are so beautiful. Well, and when explain me what is the beauty you see in me is your boobs, your ass, your boots, your very big ass, your big mouth. Wow, and when I say I'm asexual, como what? What is that? Oh, I don't feel sexual attraction. You say, no, this is not it. This is an invention. Tell me you don't like the men the men you see, and not inventing stuff like that. But the people don't believe in asexuality is the question you say in a couple minutes for the simulation of the Matthias friend is
Mhm.
hey, you are sexual? Ah, yes, I am sexual. Really? Yes, I'm sexual. Really? You are sexual? Really?
Interrogation.
The interrogation. Why? And you prove, and entonces, and when they say you prove you have a sex in an out in the past time, yes, and you don't like it, no. You go to the psychologist for you working your trauma with sexuality, and you liberating your trauma, and you can be a, a sexual person like a sexual person like
You cannot be a sexual, trans, black, Latin America. No, those
Pick
cannot.
one.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I have a combo. I have a real
Yeah.
combo. Like como que
Go,
what?
Yeah,
gotta,
you
gotta
know what?
collect them all. Gotta
Yeah,
get
in
them all.
my experience, the most of the people that are sexual that I ever met are trans.
Yes,
Yeah.
me too.
Somewhere in the trans spectrum, including me. But
And I'm homosexual, and I dress sexually for some people. The way I am dressing, people say you can sit in the you looking sex, but you don't know that because you looking like you dress like a what I say, uh, a worse.
Can we say
word. Yeah.
Can you say in Spanish?
No, I know in English, but it's
She
very
forgot
hard.
she forgot the word at all.
It is
can be censored? So
that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, it's very.
I know what you're
it's very
saying.
very the word, but the word is easy girl, something like that. Easy
Okay,
girl.
yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Yeah, it's that
It
way.
is not well intended.
You mean the? Are you talking about the oldest profession in the world, mammoth hunter,
Yeah.
cazadora de mamut?
Agriculture. The oldest profession in the world, agriculture. Yes.
I said mammoth hunter.
Yes,
I said
that's the real answer.
Exactly.
There's a content creator from Mexico, I think. She's a trans activist, and she uses this euphemism saying mammoth hunter.
Yeah, but the people think you dress like a sexuality. You look in sets, and it's not important. No, it is not empowering. Or you can say, "Oh, I love my body. I love like I see my body," and that's it. People say, "No, no, 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 no. You look in sets." Because everything in this world and with a lot of internet is about sex. You can say no. I romantic stuff. Yesterday, a person tell to me, no, people don't look. I don't see people. We have date. People don't have date in these days. People see each other for one thing and later eat together and maybe repeat that. That's all. Or maybe you can go with me for another country alone, and the finish is that. Yo, what? Yo, no, 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 no. I believe the romantic stuff, and I love romantic stuff, and people don't can understand why a trans black person with my body, I'm asexual. Yeah. You can know you can have a war in your feet with that body. You can do the man you want. And it's very frustrating because people talk about we other people. It's about sex or I think the only interestation about two people is with finished two sets.
Yeah.
Or the complements we other person finish with sets. It's so sad because it's sad and comfortable because I have I don't know other women, but in my case, I will have a DM private because my DM all day, 5, 10, 20 message for strangers talk about sexual stuff. And you know what? I want, and this is very, in, it's very uncomfortable. It's comfortable.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Disturbing. I would say disturbing.
Disturbing, yeah. And
Yes.
people think it's normal. When you say no, it's not normal. You say no, you wrong. This is normal. You can you can be flutter with that. This to prove you pretty. You what?
Yeah.
No, no.
Yeah, and there's somebody saying that I always think about how disability can become something people want to have, not because they even want to be sexually disabled, but because to be disabled is to be worthy, where white
Yeah,
equals worthy. And this is where
yeah.
we we talk about bodies, worthiness, and the wound, which is there is a structural violence. So the question is that, is this structural? We were taught to feel like that, or is it intrinsical? What part is it? So one question, and we have been talking about like 2 weeks.
For me, it's 50-50 because it's intrinsic. It's 50-50.
Yeah, what is internalized?
Yeah, because in simple words, is the society have a statement, and the statement is in base of the power, and the power is almost almost white. Sorry, and you have
power is white, not almost. It's white. Period.
It's white, and you need to. And the goal to the people is looking the
whitest possible.
Exactly. Okay, not only white, you have to be tall, thin. Like, yeah, and there's something that
you say Shakira. You talk about Shakira. You say
yes.
It's a sample. She's transforming to be more acceptable, and the people think the black people and other people need to change it, be more white, or be stuff my white. For example, if I have brains, I'll be more feminist in my case. But now I take it off my brains and I have my afro only. If they no, you see very different, very masculine. You need to be more feminist. If feminist is long hair, makeup, be men skin because I'm a little fat, and people say no, you need to go to the gym, need more skinny, and you'll be more beautiful. Now you are pretty, but you need to go to the goal, be more like that girl why you see in Instagram.
Okay, I have a question for the panel, or I'm thinking about this, about what the person made the comment of, because desiring another person, I'm thinking of what we were talking about in the previous section when we were talking about in Spanish. We were talking about Ugly Betty, the original thing, Betty la Fea, and Betty and her friend Nicolás, they are quote unquote ugly, and they look at themselves in the mirror, and what Nicolás, the character, he wants to be with a model, different models, and especially one character, which is she is hegemonically beautiful. And the question is, what does he desire? Because the person that he decides represents status, confirmation, it's symbolic assent. And this is where there's a wound in us, in all of us, where love sometimes is not love, but it's aspiration. And that is incredibly tragic, because it's like saying, I know the norm, therefore I like this person. So the question is, if I'm attracted to two people, and one is not hegemonical and the other one is hegemonical, and somewhere in my brain says, okay, I know the norm, therefore I need to like this person, the hegemonical person, because means assent, and not only in regarding liking or being attracted to somebody alloamato-normative, romantically or sexually, but also other kinds of attraction. Somewhere in my brain says, okay, this person, I cannot think this person is beautiful. And at the same time, it can go all the other way around. When I exoticize the person, and at the same time, so here's my question. if this is intrinsically violent or structural or it's internal, when you feel deeply inside that you need to go against alloamatronormative, you need to go against colonialism, you need to go on all these norms that are intrinsically bad and harmful, you need to go against ableism, and you dislike manosphere and incels and all those guys, and somewhere in your brain you like the other. And so my question is this exoticization? It is you're being trying to deconstruct yourself? I think that there is a mix. That is my perspective. I don't have the answer. So what do you guys think, Kath, that you haven't said much? No.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was
So the question is that with all the trying of deconstructing ourselves that we go through, but at the same time with, in the balance, erotization of not hegemonical people and hegemonical patterns, with the deconstruction, everything in the balance. So when we feel attracted to somebody, sexually, romantically, not sexually, whatever kind of attraction, is this intrinsic? It is actually yours? Or there is a structural violence there? Learned. Things like that. Or it's the matrix internal system that is internalized structural violence that is talking in you.
You're asking the wrong the right question to the wrong person, I think, because I have this social study background.
Oh no, I'm asking the right people. I want you to answer because we have the background.
I think like Matthias is you learn to this construction and you're looking for another goal in the person, or you see that person differently because you have a normal goal. I say moral goal.
We've talked about we've talked about this for the audience. We've talked about this before, so even though the question even took us unprevented, because we honestly, this is the wrong crowd. I think we don't know how to respond to this. But we talk.
The question is okay. But we say that because we are asexual.
Yes, but no. What Agatha was telling us about what I said before of the split model of attraction, because I don't know if
sorry to interrupt you, Mati, but I said any type of attraction.
Therefore, I'm talking about the split model of attraction, because if we are talking about sexual or romantic attraction, we can come out. But if we're talking about any model of attraction, then I tend to find aesthetically attractive persons that I'm platonically close to something. So I honestly, I don't know. And there's I think that there can be an intersection that the patterns of what was talked to us about what is desirable, what is the norm, because the phrase we talked before, I know the norm, therefore I know who can I be attracted to. I think I was the one to to say it, but it was before because I honestly don't know, but I know the norm. So therefore, I can say someone is attractive because I know the norm. If there is no norm, I have to relate to other type of attractions in order to that person in particular. But I'm thinking in this question in particular, I'm more about the norm, honestly. But I'm very array, so
So you think that is the norm dictates our likes?
I'm thinking,
or the struggle against the norm could be the opposite.
I'm more on I think the norm.
Oh,
What do you think, Kat?
I'm trying to remember what's the phrasing in social studies, because this is a constant question of what is like the social force or something, like how does like history move forward, like it's saying, not that it happens on its own, like is the agency of people like doing something like consciously changing the world, or is like these other things that operate in a like in the back brains, like we are not conscious of this, that it's what moves us and we act barely as I don't know, like ships in by moving on for external forces. Like this is a constant question in social studies, and different perspectives and I don't know, points of view have their own answers and of course their own biases, because history is always operating, and other I don't know who makes history, who takes the money to push this way of thinking over other, and so on and so on. So I think as a way of thinking, rationalizing, try to discuss a topic in particular, it is healthy to revise both I don't know, extreme perspective, and always try to find the different answers within this. As we as a social, I don't know, group, and we as sexuals are a spectrum. I think it's always valid and healthy, and also positive to have this spectrum of theories and points of view when you're analyzing something and you have this important question. So I don't want to give you like the full answer, like I have, I don't know, so many years studying this, and I have so many years as an activist living this in this other way. But this is just a reflection.
That's what I want.
So, this is not like this is the true. No, we are discussing, and I will to point out that we haven't think about experience are different. Like we have different backgrounds, we have different external forces operating within ourselves and outside ourselves, and the environment that also pushes us to make a decision. And you don't know necessarily in your own life, let alone in somebody else's life, what is happening behind these decisions. For example, we have previously discussed this in other contexts with Bilka. I remember talking about maybe I made the unconscious choice of choosing, I don't know, a life companion. I don't want to specify whether it's like in a romantic sexual way as a partner, or maybe my best friend or coworker. I don't know, whatever the relationship you want to imagine. Maybe you make the unconscious decision to get along with somebody because that's how you have chosen people, and this particular, I don't know, racial or cultural stereotypes or background of this person, you in your own experience remember that has been a positive experience. And if you want to take like a safe, quick choice, you use this stereotype and reinforce this stereotype of these kind of people make me feel safe, therefore I choose these people in my social cycles. So maybe it is not like a conscious racist of I don't know how to say this.
Oh, there is
colonizing way
Yes.
of choosing people.
Right.
Like for example, and she always choose, I don't know, white people of people with this social of this social class, or I don't know, but there might be other things operating behind that choice. So I don't know, maybe this can be translated to a woman choosing a man as a partner that is tall with a lot of muscles, that looks kind of intimidating, but in their, I don't know, internal, like in privacy, they are also loving people, a good parent, and it's not necessarily violent, but it makes it look like he's the protector in the relationship. And maybe that's an unconscious decision the person wants to be seen as with this kind of partner because that makes her feel, like, I don't know, safe. But the way you make these choices, you should be able to see, is this choice making other people hurt? Like, I'm doing this because
yourself.
Yeah, or maybe yourself also, like, especially if I don't feel maybe lovable because I cannot love people with my, I don't know, racial features or cultural background, it also ends up hurting yourself, not only people with this characteristic around you. So
yeah, and that
I could talk about this for hours. So please take the mic.
That is exactly where the mirror dictates sentence. Because there is I'm gonna put it there so it can go in the banner, and that is where colonization goes. There is those of you in the audience maybe have heard the term cyborg. There is a writer named Donna Haraway, which proposes as a new word for talking about humans, and she uses the cyborg because a cyborg is part machine and part nature. And she says we are part nature and part culture, which is artificial. And there's another writer, a Latin American writer, if I'm not wrong, it's Gloria Saldúa, and she says, yeah, but this is not a goal, the cyborg. This is a description. This is what happens to people here in the colonized territories where we were shaped or tried to be forced into a shape. And this is where colonization comes. And what you were saying, Kath, when they're inside your head, you're trying to get inside the norm, that is colonization, which comes subconscious. Mm-hmm. And even with therapy, because your therapist is also colonized, people will go again, yeah. So that's where the mirror dictates sentence, and here comes a very hard topic to talk about. And I asked the person in charge of the trigger warning to write about this. Write this trigger warning.
Which trigger warning?
I already wrote it, and it's not about not liking a part of your body, but it's about the wound, the deep wound caused by this colonized desire that goes entangled with allonormativity. Because every time you look at the mirror, you won't fit into this perfect category, especially, since Photoshop started, it made it impossible. And now with artificial intelligence, it is completely impossible, even with surgery. And especially now that something that was trendy 5 years ago, it is not trending anymore. So this hurts us. It hurts real human beings. Kat, Mati, Agatha, want to say something about it?
Well, the thing I told you in our meeting before, that I grew up being a fat kid, so I didn't know if I have dysmorphia, but I grew up thinking this allo thing, the amatonormative and the sex normative, was going on between my peers, and not for me. I thought that it was fundamentability. No, I don't know. Undesirable because I was so fat, maybe. And then I grew up and I realized, no, I knew many years after that people did desire me in any way.
I didn't care.
I don't even care. But I wasn't playing the game of the dating game, of the sexual game, everything. So
You didn't even understand the game.
I did. Nobody invited me, so nobody is playing the rules. I didn't know anything, so I wasn't playing. And I understand that many years before, so many years after. But I did think that maybe this was something wrong with me, with my body, because I was fat in that time. So, and I know now that it wasn't the case. Yes, I wasn't playing the game, and I didn't understand that game, and there was nothing wrong with my body either. Now I know, but it made me think when I was a child that maybe, but I know now that that's not the case.
Yeah.
Okay. What it comes to mind is I was thinking like my relationship with my own body, and maybe how I was projecting or trying to define myself when I was a teenager, and I didn't know I was any of the previously mentioned identities, queer identities. Good questions on the chat, but we will get to them in a few minutes. Because I remember not, as I was saying, like I can get in any box because my body wasn't like the aesthetically pleasable of a young girl, apparently. I didn't know I wouldn't identify with that when I was a teenager. I tried to get in the in the bloody box that was the perfect body of a teenage girl. I didn't get to get anywhere near there. But I remember at a point, I was about, I don't know, 15, maybe 14. No. Yeah, about that age where we had like particular meeting in our oh God, what's the word for curso in English? Like your
Course?
No, your compañeros de curso, your classroom mates, your classmates. And at that age, we had a discussion, a very mature discussion about why are we bullying ourselves and different groups within our groups, and try to comment like these people is not pretty enough to be in this group and so on. And then we have the mature conversation of we are friends. We are supposed to grow out together. We have still a few more years together. We better learn to be a good friends, or at least good classmates. We stopped making that kind of ugly comments, and I never felt like better, because suddenly we wasn't pushing ourselves with this stupid and unattainable perfect body, and we started talking to each other for more like a human perspective. And I think I missed that conversation, and I found that kind of mature conversation in these kind of groups, like queer groups, and especially in the asexual community, where somehow your body doesn't matter this much. It's like, oh, you're like this. I don't know, like another particular characteristic of you. It's what makes you unique, not something I'm going to criticize you about. And I didn't know that, but sorry, I heard a noise. Okay, I didn't know that was that special for me, because I stopped in a very critical age. Stopped worrying so much about trying to be like this perfect body, so I could finally focus on other things. And I was socially anxious for other reasons. And then I met after school, like in university, more critical thinkers, I will say, people from I don't know. Yeah, I had I studied social studies, and so the way of thinking was more critical, maybe, than the average, I don't know, other university I would have been. But I found then feminist groups, trans feminist groups, queer groups, and other like very niche groups, and to have these discussions. And then the COVID-19 hit. We had lockdown in Chile too, and I was finally able to be on pajama whole day, trying to figure out what would make me feel comfortable, what not. I was dressing for myself. I wasn't acting for a persona that I'm not. So I found this freedom again to try to find myself in a context that is not pushing me to be somebody else. So I found this way of letting my body be, expressing myself, because I wanted to. I like these colors, I like this structure, I like these shapes of bodies, like geometrical figures that I can play with, clothes to layers to put on. And then I finally came to the conclusion that it doesn't matter. I don't want to get in any box like extremely masculine, extremely feminine. I'm just myself, and I'm gonna have fun, like dressing myself. I'm putting makeup because I want to look funny, pretty, but not in a way that is, I want to be this supermodel, or I want this body. I'm going to follow these fashion trends because it's what is socially acceptable. No, as you say to Matthias, like I wasn't playing the game anymore. Mm-hmm. And also it got me to realize what I wanted to look like. I'm for whom I am dressing. I am not dressing to like the male gaze. I'm not dressing also either for the queer gaze necessarily. I'm just dressing for myself. What makes me feel comfortable is when I'm going to
the queer gaze.
I don't know if it's there any, but I don't know. I know that there are some people that still.
No, I like it. I said.
Yeah. No, that still being queer is still pushing you to dress like more masculine or feminine, like this very dichotomic way of seeing things, even if you're gay or not. I do agree that people that is queer still think differently, even if they're I don't know. And getting this through this perspective of a colonized gaze still, but they have still been thinking outside the box. So
yeah, I like the this I'm trying to answer the 3 questions that we have here. There are very interesting comments. One of the comments that I love is somebody said that trans people are the greatest. That was a message for you, Agatha. There's a question that says, can the desire be decolonized without questioning the centrality of the couple as a form of social validation?
You can see
and there's another question, with the 3 questions. How do we build relationships that are not based on hierarchy, aspiration, or validation? And can a sexual perspective help reveal things about desire that allonormativity people might not question? And I think that you guys were answering this when we were talking about not playing the game. And from my own personal perspective, there's also another answer, which is where I stand up politically speaking. Because we have been talking about politics all through the 24 hours live, which is I decide not to follow the norms. And Kat made me a great favor once to help me pick up some clothes where I had to give a talk. And we found very like androgynous clothing. And the day of the talk, I was in the subway and I saw a couple of people looking at me like, what the heck is that? Is that a woman, a man? I don't understand. And I felt so happy because I wanted to look like none of the above. I'm a gender. So I felt a gender in that moment. Though, of course, there was a gay saying like, what the hell? And the same happens to me with the aesthetic attraction. The people that I think, oh, this is a very pretty person. And most of the time they are people like they are not hegemonical. But at the end of the day, the same thing that happens to Mari is what happens to me. There is another affection there. And then I think this person is the most beautiful person in the world because I love the person. And how do we construct them? How do we build that relationship? I think it has to be based on consent, respect, and getting to know the person. I mean, go out there, talk to the person, see what their likes, dislikes, their most inner values are. And I think that's where you build them, and especially in community. Because you can do all what we're talking about if you have a community behind you that is that gets you back. And that's why we are here. We have the privilege of being part of the ROA's community. If we were alone in the world, maybe we wouldn't be able to do that. I know we were talking about community person in the banner section. Agatha, what do you think? Schrödinger gender.
you know the Schrödinger cat, that this idea of whether the cat inside the box is alive or dead, the theory that is
know until you open the box.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite gender, because when people keeps looking at you like, is this a girl, a boy, and both and neither at the same time, and that's my
you don't know until you ask them.
I will decide. You try to guess, and I will tell you the other one that you are imagining. Yeah, just for the fun of it. Yeah, that's a challenge in your gender, by the way.
Yeah. It's like none of the above.
Yeah.
No.
All and not all of the above at the same time.
Yes.
No. What do you think, Agatha, about this? We have only 10 minutes to finish. So, final
I can
thoughts?
be a little longer if you want, by the way.
We have some questions, maybe that.
Yeah, I was answering the questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agatha?
Well, I can say, like, a sexual person is a battlefield day by day because we need to fight directly or indirectly with the system. When I will talk about this dysmorphia body, the body dysmorphia. In my case, is complex because in the first time I live like a man and transition and be the woman I want to be is hard because people always say you're a man or some stuff like that. And I don't feel for a long time I don't be desirable or pretty or deserve love for someone. And a couple years ago we said I understand I am beauty, I'm deserve love and my body is very very great. Uh, maybe my body is different for the people because it's no have don't follow the allonorma or allonormative and everything is no for all allonormative is disturbing the society. But I'm glad to be part of this. It's a very special place for me to know a sexual person for around the world because in Dominican Republic only have no 12 person asexual, but it's very shy person and stay space like that remind me I'm not alone and I have a lot of person think about me or feel in a little couple was like me and that's all.
Okay.
I wanted to mention, like, complementing the question about how to not to what
How
is the
to build
question?
relationships?
Relationships, yeah. I mean, how to make these choices and not doing it from a colonized perspective. I will say you need to hopefully try to be conscious of it. You may start with an emotional reflexivity, which implies, if you excuse me, I'm going to write this. It implies having emotional self-awareness, and you can identify what you're feeling, and in the first place, then cultivating some reflective capacity, and try to think why you're feeling like this, why are you making these choices, and whether this is affecting others and affecting yourself in a positive or a negative way. You can also try to develop emotional literacy. I mean, trying to name and communicate what you're feeling. And this can start with going either to therapy, one hopefully that helps you to heal and learn things about you, or just by talking about your emotions or other people's emotions with other people you trust. these are some ways to try to reflect and try to get in touch with other experiences, and also trying to learn from other communities, and not trying to talk and being aware and have some kind of interest in other people that you don't usually share time in or spaces with. I think this is the value of, I don't know, we live in a cosmopolitan town in the capital of our country, so it is not hard to find like different cultures in it. And if you cannot have this, like, I don't know, variability of cultures, at least you can try with different ages. Maybe people with different ages, with different backgrounds.
Online.
Yeah, and also that, I mean, that is face to face. Online, if you have access probably to this to this live stream, you may have access also on the internet to several other communities, and that's also welcome. Whether it's just for working, for I don't know, playing games, chatting, your, I don't know, reading books on other hobbies. Try to mix that.
Yeah, that is my topic of like my deep interest, as we neurodivergent people say, like the territory which is within the internet, and we build communities there. I mean, Asexuales and Románticos Chile was born in the virtual space. Avon, how do you say Avon or Avon? I don't know.
We are speaking in Spanish. This is a political perspective. We say Avon.
Yeah. So
we had to speak in English till 11, so now it's Avon.
Yeah, they started in the internet because of the Web 2.0. So what happens here, which is I think is super interesting, and we have, for example, a Discord. Talking about our social media too. We have a Discord, a Spanish-speaking Discord, and we have built a community. There are times where we feel sad and we talk on Discord or in WhatsApp and say, "Okay, you know, guys, I'm feeling sad because this happened to me." And there we built a community. The asexual community started online. So I think this is, especially for old people like me, I'm 52 years old, and I didn't know that asexuality existed. I didn't know that romanticism existed. I didn't know that agender people existed, and I am the three of those. So, where I'm going to with this, that maybe sometimes we feel that we are alone in the world. We feel this pressure of colonization, of standards, of allonormativity, all of these things that we have been talking about in the life, but we are not alone. Like there's a song that says you're not alone. To the somebody there that is on the other side of the screen listening to us, I'm telling you, you are not alone. There's a community that has your back. Maybe not in the town where you live, which is not fun because there are asexual people over there. Some people didn't know they are. I didn't know I was. And actually, I thought I was the weird. The world was weird, and I didn't come out of from the closet because I lived in Narnia. I thought that some people were weird, and there are other people there. And if you don't find people here I mean, there where you live, in your town, you will find them online. So reach for other people. In Asexuales and Románticos Chile, we have people from all over the planet, Spanish speaking.
Yes.
Also from we have a German thing, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, he's German? No, it's English. I don't know. It's from the Europes, as we say here. Es de las Europas. And we help each other, we support each other. We have the a workshop, a writing workshop. We have English speaking group. We will resurrect the literature club. We have a TV series club.
Yes,
we have.
You can join there if we can watch TV and series in English, and we use the subtitles. And
that's what we do, yeah.
And sometimes we have our writing workshop club. I don't know, like
yeah, that's what I was saying.
And I remember inviting people from either like Spanish speaking and English speaking people. So
yeah, we have the English speaking group. We do a lot of stuff, and that's how you build community. Again, people that are hearing this, you guys are not alone.
Oh.
And I'm like, I'm about to cry, because seeing S there and seeing Kate putting a face to a name, sometimes putting a face to a voice, because on Discord we don't use cameras. And I remember the first Pride parade here in Chile that I attended with Asearro, and there were people that were alone in the parade with their ace flag, and the little group were trying to look for these flags, and we were in a group and came to the person and said, "Hey, hi, are you in the Arrow Ace group in WhatsApp?" And they were no, and they were looking at it also with everybody with their own flags. Well, we are the community, and they were like almost like this, trying to touch up to check if we were real. So for you that are alone, feel that you're alone, maybe you can form your own group in your hometown. Maybe you can be the starting point.
Yes. I can answer this lovely and very interesting question right here that says, Green Activist 17, thank you, you've been making really interesting question all this time. It says, can the desire be decolonized without questioning the centrality of the couple as a form of social validation? A very interesting question. I can answer this not thinking maybe in just a couple as a romantic interest, but in general for relationships. Can desire be decolonized without question? I think deconstruction of different, like, I don't know, oppressive forms, I don't know, points of view, ways of thinking and acting. This deconstruction is important, and as I mentioned, getting along and working together and alongside different kind of people from different backgrounds, different cultures, different I don't know, ethnical identities and features in general. For example, disabled how to say is disabled people. Yeah, like I believe it's a very interesting point of addressing this. We usually, for example, in our community, we weren't thinking maybe how to be more approachable, like having accommodation for people that need it, until people that needed these accommodations were in our community, and we realized
and
we
until
had
they
to
spoke up.
Yes, and this is very important, because sometimes you have the best intentions and you just try to not hurt people, but you still unconsciously do it. So it's not a magical thing like, oh, I'm going to stop thinking in a colonizing way, and I try to make this have this approach in relationship from a decolonized point of view. It is a practice. It takes time. It also takes a lot of reflection and a lot of learning. Somebody has to tell you are doing it wrong, and you have to learn from it, take it, and have accountability about what you're doing, what you're not doing, how you're doing it, and what it's lacking still. So I think that's very important. Not just magically trying to be alongside people you're not usually with. You're gonna magically stop. I don't know, being. I don't know how to say this. Like maybe it's not going to happen magically. Let me see what else.
So what?
I'm saying it's not something that's going to happen because you want to. It's going to take time. It's going to be hard. Some people's gonna tell you that you're doing it wrong, and you have to listen to them. I mean, you're learning, and it's a way of living. We are not born with all the knowledge, and even if we try, we're not prepared the first times we do things. It takes time. It takes constant practice.
And we never stop deconstructing ourselves. That's another thing. And I think that Rena Harris was saying, can a sexual perspective help reveal things about desire that allonormative people might not question? I think totally yes. Because like what Agatha was saying, when the focus is on allonormative or alloimaginormative perspective, you lose this other kind of relationships. And we will be talking about that tomorrow. Also, but that will be in Spanish. Vamos a estar hablando sobre otras formas de relacionarnos y cómo la perspectiva de la gente asexual puede revelar otras formas de relacionarnos y la normatividad en otras formas de relación.
Oh, sorry. Why are you taking Spanish suddenly?
Oh no, I was making the advertisement for the panel of tomorrow.
Oh, okay. And I don't know how many Spanish-speaking people is listening to right now, so I was like, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they bring short circuiting. Yes. But okay. Yes, I think the sexual perspective, it's like what Mati said. When you're not playing the game, you see other parts of relationships that are not the game. So when we ask, okay, how can we get out of this allonormative worthiness that comes from the allosexual perspective, Mati says, I have no idea because I don't see it. I cannot. Though I think you, of course, you can. Because we have been told that what is good or wrong, but that is coloniality too.
Exactly.
I wish we were able to get out of the norms. That would be beautiful. Like completely out. Or maybe they will be lazy writing.
Yes, I like to like maybe reconnect. Now we mentioned this is important, like why is important for us asexual people to be conscious about this like seeing desire also from a decolonized perspective. And as we have been saying this from this panel and the earlier panels too, recognizing that we are not in this mainstream way of seeing things like or doing things or experiencing things, we maybe are more, for our life experiences, more likely to recognize other intersectionalities, like that operates in our mutual life experiences. As we say, for example, Agatha mentioned a lot of things that make her life experience different because she is not only asexual, she's from she's Latin American. Her skin color is perceived different whether she's in one country or another, and many things that operate. So maybe you will notice this because you are asexual, and the way you perceive sexual attraction has nothing or little to do with the aesthetics of the body, of like your attraction has not the same, I don't know, like intensity, or it doesn't operate the same way like allosexual people sees a body. Also learning how to like other factors operate in how you relate to other people, how you approach other people. And also, as we are asexual, we may try to different relationships. Not only we will approach somebody because we are attracted to them, or we're not sexually romantically attracted to them. So that's another thing. Let me see.
Okay, so it seems to be that we are already on. The person that comes next has arrived. Could you put yourself on the stage, please? So, because I have to say that it's Mati's life dream to be on the same stage with you.
Hi, it's so nice to be on the same screen with you. Finally. Yes.
He's one of your biggest fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so
S has a fan club here in Chile, and the president of the fan club is Mati.
That's correct.
Thank you so much.
We hope. We hope you had an app.
People know the reason I have this fan club in Chile is specifically me not sleeping and staying up for a lot of hours for IAD. So I don't know what that says about you.
Yeah.
But
for context,
I will accept it, and I'm so flattered by it, and it's amazing, honestly.
Oh no, you deserve
it because like Mati it's amazing to see you for real in the stream, and thank you because like
for context, last year S was awake the whole 24 hours, and Mati was in the comments with her the whole 24 hours. So there's a beautiful ROA's bond here. We are going to say goodbye, everybody.
Yes.
Agatha, Kat, Mati will say goodbye. So we'll leave the stage to S. Again, people, you're not alone. And
I can still talk.
Let's deconstruct ourselves. We can do it.
Okay, well, I need to...
Yes, Mati is Mati. Yeah,
okay, I need to go. Thank you. And
bye, Agatha. It's always nice to having you here.
Okay. Yeah.
Bye.
And
bye.
Adit me to the culture fans to Mati.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye, Agatha.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. How do you leave?
So I see Kim in the
Bye.
Oh, it was amazing.
Love you.
I have to come to Chile. No, I have to. I really have to.
We have both had a sleep, which is exciting.
Sorry?
You had a little bit of a sleep, didn't you?
Yeah, I slept for 1 hour and 40 minutes. I know that this disappoints Mati, but unfortunately on Tuesday you have to go to work, so I couldn't do a straight 30 hours. I see
I slept for exactly 2 hours.
Lobby. Kim, just a heads up. Okay, I wanted to give a heads up before adding you to the stream, but you're already in the stream. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah,
it was the tech support.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy to see that, like, in the end you managed to get here like before time, so you could have overlap with Lisi, but unfortunately she contacted us and said that she probably is not going to make it because she had a last minute emergency. So I see you have your own fun in the comments.
Yes.
Seems to me that you have a big fan club. Well, anyway,
we have the same fan club.
Yes, right.
Do you want to introduce yourself first for the people who don't know you as the asexual goddess?
I think that was a lovely introduction, but please introduce yourself.
Right. Well, my name is Kim. Most people know me from the alias, the Asexual Goddess. I started doing YouTube in it was the early it was around 2010s in that, time bracket. I did videos about aro ace, like figuring out if you're aro ace, just kind of like rants and stuff and whatnot. It was a plethora of things, but mostly it was just like centered around like aro ace things. Outside of that, though, recently I started doing more like comic based things because I was like, we have a lot of activists in the community and that's great, but I want to be on the comic side of things. So that's kind of a little bit about me. So yes.
I follow you on X, but I just know you by a different name, so that when I saw you on the schedule, I just didn't recognize you at all. But now I see you and I'm like, oh, I know who that is.
Yeah, no, I was like, I was always kind of back and forth about changing my name because I'm like, I don't want to be under it forever, especially because I feel like a lot of people just like kind of know me by that name, which is fine, and I don't mind it. It's just that like I did want to switch it up for a little, so I'm like,
yeah, it's hard to know if you want to be known by something forever, but then you don't want to lose the people that know you by one name.
Exactly. No.
Yeah.
And with X as well, like, do you want to stay on that platform? Do you want to lose the people that know you on that platform? Or
right. Because I feel like it's more like nobody's really on there as much and whatnot. And so I'm like, I don't know. Yeah.
We had such a great asexual community on X at one point. And like, I didn't want to give up that community. But where do the asexuals go now? Where will we have our community?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry, I was.
It's happened again. S and I tried to highlight.
We always like click on the same comment at the same time, and so put it on and remove it.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, this is amazing. Well, as was mentioned in the schedule, like we had about like 2 hours. Now it's more of an hour and a half of time. That was a bit more flexible because you and Lacey had different times, and so we had this time to do whatever we want to and whatever you want to specifically. As we mentioned, like on Instagram, it would be amazing if you wanted to like. I think we can do screen share as well if it's okay for you, like to showcase your art and what you do as an artist. That would be amazing. But seeing that you have your fan club in the comments, I personally think it would also be nice to talk a bit about Soul Ace Day and how since we talked about it last year, it would be amazing to know how the project is evolving. I saw on Instagram that there's also a community for Black Aces. I don't know if you're part of that project. I think Black Ace culture, it's called. I don't know if you're part of the project or you're in contact with it. If you want to talk a bit about the topic, like Lizzie would have talked about the topic of blackness and asexuality, but we don't have to like inherit Lizzie's topics. You are free to go wherever you want. Lizzie would have talked about ace representation, of course, as well. So we can do whatever we want. We really hope that Lizzie can at some point jump in and say hi, but we understand that a situation happened, and we hope everything is going for the best. So the floor is yours, and we ask you what you want to do today.
Of course. I mean, I could definitely talk about mostly anything. I feel like me and Lizzie kind of do relate on that like representation front, because I love like comics, anime, animation in general and stuff. So like I'm open to that, but also talking about the Black Aces, the Black Ace culture. I am actually in the Discord with them. They have like a Black Ace Discord. And so like that's where I kind of first heard of it. And they were trying, like I remember them talking about it, and they were like, they don't know what to post on it and stuff and whatnot, because sometimes it's not really much to, not saying it's not much to talk about in the Black side of the ace culture, but it's like, like what would they post? They're like, how they don't want it to be like informative thing. They want it to be like a safe space for Black aces to like kind of enjoy themselves and just like see themselves in the world. And so like I was kind of like present before they made like the Instagram and stuff. But yeah, like the community was, it's like very interesting to see like so many Black aces. Like sometimes it feels like you kind of are like the only one sometimes, but when you find other Black aces, honestly it's like amazing. Like ironically, I just went to C2E2, which is like a big convention in Chicago for like comics and every other type of entertainment, and I literally was tabling next to somebody, and they had a fan, and they were like fanning their friend's artwork and whatnot, and it was the ace flag. And I remember like going up to her, and I was like, invasive question, but are you asexual? And she was like, yeah, I am, and I'm married. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And she was a Black too, and I was like, oh my gosh. I don't know, I was freaking out. But just like seeing like Black ace people just in the wild or just anywhere, it's just like a big thing to me, because I feel like we are kind of like a small community, but but yeah. And then I will say on the subject of So Ace Day, I don't know, like I mean it was a day for me, Marshall and Lizzie. Well, Marshall was like the founder, like the the very top head of everything. He came to me and Lizzie and was like, I want to make a day for Black aces in America to kind of be like celebrated, because sometimes it feels like, again, like we are like that population that is kind of like small, while other groups also have like very like small demographics in the ace community. Like being Black and ace is like one of those things where, when you're up against like LGBT people as a whole, and then you're even up against like, queer and straight people that are Black, like the ace community is like very like invisible, like being Black and ace, like that's like super duper invisible. So it's like, I think he wanted to make a day for that and just, kind of center us and, make it a day about celebrating art, enjoying entertainment, media, etc. So I really do like appreciate him for doing that. And like we've seen like great turnover, like in terms of like, this year from last year, and like everybody's always involved and, always sharing things and stuff. And like, it's like obviously the day is open for everybody to share and like, celebrate and have fun, uplift your favorite Black ace characters or Black ace artists and, things like that. So it's pretty interesting. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Would you say like was the day like received well? Was there like a good response in the ace community, like a good involvement in the Black ace community, but also, you know, uplifting it in the ace community in general, or you're still aiming for more? What can we do more? And also, if we want to like repeat when Soul Ace Day is and how people can like keep updated and informed and do something and share.
Yeah. So Ace Day to start is, I believe, February 16th, if I'm not mistaken. I'm always confused because it's literally birthday and then birthday, and like it's very close, but I forget. Sorry. Let me double check.
Wait, I hear your audio lagging, and I wanted to confirm that it's like, if it's my
I think it is 16th.
issue.
I'm gonna go with the 16th for now. If
You're
I'm wrong,
very choppy. You're in and out.
Okay. Let's see.
Sit for a minute still and then try again and see what happens.
Let me see.
Yeah, okay, we are, the audience confirms.
Okay, try again.
Let me see.
Okay.
Is it better now?
All right. Yeah, now try.
Yeah, let's try.
Okay. I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how it goes.
I just love that it's Marshall John Blount's birthday.
Yeah, I was commenting on it.
Just make it your own birthday. Like,
yes,
I love that. That's the significance of the day. Like, just do it. Make it your own birthday. Love that energy.
Right.
Like, you are worth it. Make the day your own day. Yeah.
Exactly.
Personally, I'll have to say I failed, but tried to make IAD an aphobic person's birthday. Like a friend of mine who was my first coming out as asexual, and like he made me cry. And so when I saw that like the last two options for IAD date were 6th of April and his birthday, I was like, this is my chance to like get back at him in a way. So next year I'm gonna have happy birthday and happy International Asexuality Day.
Almost one, but
almost one. But like he is a better person now. He is a better person now. So it's fine.
People learn growing. That's good.
Marshall Blount's birthday. It's amazing. Honestly, it's the best way to choose a date.
It is. It is.
Why not? It's perfect.
Right.
So like, in a way, it's like celebrating his birthday all together as a community. Like he made it so that he has a giant party celebrating the Black ace community, and I honestly think that's like pretty nice, and it's very in character for the gentle giant ace. Let's say that.
It is.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Was it his choice or other people's choice?
I feel like I definitely was like, why don't you just make it on your birthday? I think he was obviously like down for it, but yeah, because I'm like, you didn't make it, so might as well,
That's lovely.
And I know he definitely wanted it to be during like Black History Month too, so like that would have been like, yeah.
Makes sense.
The man who created International Talk Like a Pirate Day, the day that he chose is his wife's birthday, and that was just so that he could remember what day it was. Like, it wasn't to honor his wife or anything. It's just that that's a date he already remembered well, so he just decided that would be a good date.
That part, that's how it is.
Can I ask you a question? Like Soul Ace Day, as you mentioned, is a day focused on uplifting and celebrating specifically Black cases in America, in the United States. I wanted to know if, like, after creating Soul Ace Day, you had more chance to get in touch with like Black aces also in other places in the world? Like if it was like a chance to have more visibility and get in contact with, for example, Black aces from other countries and not specifically in the US. Also because we mentioned like Black ace culture and like it being a group much before even having an Instagram page. That is, I think it's also stated on the Instagram page that like this is a way we communicate outside, but the group has been has existed for some time, and we are focused on. We are not an educational page. We don't care about educating. Yeah, so that's also. For all Black aces, if I remember correctly, like all over the world. I was wondering if Soul Ace Day had helped getting to know more Black ace people, even beyond and over the border. I was saying boundary, but boundary means another thing. The US border. Yeah, so I'm the only non-native English speaker here, so be patient because like
so I mean, definitely the first year I remember like there was a lot of people from like Britain and, you know, different places that were, you know, kind of receptive to Soul Ace Day. And so that's kind of when we kind of realized that like, you know, this could like be something that other people in different countries like, you know, resonate with, because we also have like Caribbean aces and stuff, and we have, you know, aces who are biracial, mixed and everything. And so it's like they kind of like took to it. And while like the day is specifically for Black American aces and whatnot, like we do try to like we like see them, and like if, you know, they want to help us and talk about it, or, you know, if you have similar experiences, we definitely like are down to like, you know, like highlight and spotlight them as well. Because like even recently, like Lisi had made a post about it, and we had like featured Ace and Grace, who is, I believe, I'm gonna butcher this. I don't know. I think she's Nigerian American. But yeah, even stuff like that. It's just like, you know, as long as like we kind of keep the celebration of Black American aces and whatnot, I think we are like definitely open to like, you know, like finding spaces for each other. And then the Black ace culture is definitely open to every type of Black ace all around the world. Like the group chat they're in, like everybody in there is from a different place. We're not all American, which is great, because, you know, getting different perspectives and stuff is definitely like important. And it's also just fun. Like, you know, like there are things that I don't think about as a Black American that other people do think about, probably more than I do. And so I really do love that about like the community. And so, yeah, I think if anybody's out there looking for a good source for like being around Black asexual culture, definitely check out Black Ace Culture Is. They're also on Tumblr. That's where I found them, because they had like shared our Ace Soul Ace Day like posts. I think it was like last year. So yeah.
Does your Discord, does your definition of Black include Indigenous Australian?
I think it does. Yeah.
Yeah, because one of our board member, the dedicated Indigenous board member, they struggle to find other Aboriginal Australians who are asexual. Then they wonder kind of like proportionally why it is that they don't find many asexual people. So I will ask them if they're a member and if they would like to get involved, because they may be able to find more people like themselves that way. That would be good.
Of course, yeah, definitely. I'm sorry, when you had said that, I was like, I thought about Bishop from the X-Men, because apparently he's Aboriginal, but like in my head, I always thought he was Black. So I'm like, when I learned that he was like from Australia, I was like, oh, that's really cool. But like, he still perceives as a Black man to me. But not to take away from his identity. It's just that, you know, whatever. But yeah, I would consider them. I could definitely like, you know, check it out. But like, I'm pretty sure they would definitely be down, because it is a very open group.
What Pippa tells me is sometimes people do consider that and sometimes they do not.
Yeah.
So we have a question, which is, how do other Black aces who are also part of the African diaspora fit into Soul Ace Day, given that it's specifically for the United States? And I would add to that also that there are people who are they are, I guess, African American, but they don't necessarily live in America. You know, I know people in Australia who are African American, and that's how they identify, but they're kind of African American Australian. You know, they've come, they've got a long history as African American, but they now live here.
Yeah. So I think it's actually a good question. I guess like even now, me and Marshall and Lisa are kind of having talks about how we want to expand and like not only like obviously again the day is for African American Black aces, but we do want to include like people from the Caribbean and people from different countries and stuff like that, because I think that like again we realize that like the population is like more grand and vast, but I think for us it's like a lot of like trying not to lose ourselves in the sea of like I don't know how to put it, like it's not that like it's any type of thing that's exclusive at all. Like I don't want anybody to think that that's not the purpose. That's not, it's kind of like how, like Black, when we talk about Blackness as a diaspora, some people kind of get like left out. Some people kind of get forgotten and stuff like that. And I think that that's what Marshall definitely was trying to avoid. Now, when it comes to everybody, that's the part that's always a little iffy to me because I don't know. I would just say like, yeah, we are trying to make more like events and things that do cater to everybody rather than just like Black Americans. And we're literally currently in talks about trying to figure out what those entail and like how we can kind of like make it more inclusive without losing the meaning of what Soul Ace Day is right now, if that makes sense. Yes.
Personally, if I can, I hope I'm not like out of place, out of my lane, but I'd also say that like usually you start somewhere, like you want to do something that is for a specific group. Like as you said before, you mentioned like, I'm so happy that in Black Ace culture, for example, there are people from all over the world because maybe they have a different perspective that I don't have as an American Black person. That also means the contrary, that like for them, you have a different perspective that they don't have. And so I would say like that for sure, like you can create an event that is for a specific group and then that can then also be, a trampoline, a jumping point to get it with have wider horizons about it. But you may want to start for a specific group, and it's okay. I wanted, like, I dare to say that, like, there's a bit of a problem we have in the community with this, because when the majority, I'm not talking about, mathematically, although seeing I would have to go check the ACE community survey, but like white people are more, for sure, like the social majority and most visible majority in the ACE community. And like we do organize events that are for like sometimes very niche things, and no one comes and asks us. Sorry, I want to be clear. I'm not saying like an excellent question that is very interesting. I was just like building on that. Like we're usually not asked, but why are you not including these and these and these and these and this type of? Why are you not including all white people? Sometimes we are. It depends. But it's when it intertwines with another specific minority that people want to bitch about. But it's fine that we do have a specific group. While with minority groups, it's always accepted. Okay, you want to have a day for you. You can't have more than one day, so you'll have to do everything in that one day, because don't you dare do more than one thing.
Exactly.
So, I also think that sometimes we have, again, sorry, I sometimes fear that I'm not making myself clear. I wanted to be clear that it is not saying that like the comment did that, but sometimes when you talk about it, the opinion is like, well, they have one day, they should do everything in that day. And that's it.
Right. I agree. Where it's like people are like, oh, like I don't want, and this is the thing that me and Marshall talked about. We like Marshall wants us to expand where it's like maybe, Nigerians or Jamaican or Ghanaian aces want to make a day for them, like to celebrate themselves. Like he's trying to be like that, that starting point to realize that like you can celebrate your culture, like no matter how like maybe there aren't that many African aces or whatever, but it's like you can do that. We want you to do that. We want you to kind of like maybe piggyback or like jumpstart off of this day where it's like, okay, Black American aces are actually celebrating themselves. Like, let me make a day. Like, let's make a mixed ace day or like, anything. Like, as long as it makes you feel like you're seen, then that's what it should be. And like you said, like, it shouldn't be just like, oh, well, like, let's group this one group of people together because they're Black. And it's like, no, like, there are Black British aces. There are Black, Hispanic aces. There are like Black Asian aces. And it's like, you can make days to celebrate yourself. Like, and it's not to say like you need to go over there. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm just saying like you shouldn't feel like, okay, well, we gotta like be small and we have to, not make enough ruckus. We can make a day like every single month if we want, guys. Like we should do it because they need to realize that we exist. And even if they need to be reminded constantly over and over, do that. And I think that's definitely something that like really stuck with me that Marshall has said, because I'm like, yeah, you're right. I do want people to kind of get that from this, where it's like it's not exclusive. It is like maybe hopefully inspiring to other people, and I think that's like amazing. This is for anybody, not even just Black people, but like, if they want to make an Asian ace day, that would be cool. Or like, I don't know, Antarctican ace day. I don't think there are any aces up there, but that would be cool, So I'm just like, yeah.
It could be.
Right. Could be, you never know.
I mean, like
scientists. If you're working in Antarctica and you're ace, please contact us. We would love to have you on the live stream. That would be amazing.
Exactly.
Scientists leaving everything behind for science and living in.
Yeah, you'd be ideally placed to be on the space station or Antarctica. Yeah,
like months, if not years.
Yeah.
I think there is some aspect people there. I'm not sure, 100% sure, but I think there is some ace people there.
Could be.
Also, can I show again on screen, like, because it's the best comment. Kali Green Voice said, I do appreciate the fact that it's grounded in a specific cultural context, which is always good, and that it forces people to name a Black ace who isn't Yasmin Benoit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because too?
I think that like Yasmin has also pointed this out. Also, let's a round of applause. We're gonna have Yasmin on the stream later because she did kind of a lot of stuff for IAD, like so many researches and projects, but she is like overexposed, incredibly overexposed, and that has brought like the wildest and most vicious amount of racism and misogyny, and like TERFs have decided that like Yasmin Benoit is the person to attack in these years.
So much misogynoir, like misogyny and racism, and specifically misogynoir. One of the things I remember most is Yasmin being on a panel, and one of the comments somebody made, and this isn't just like a online troll, this is somebody writing in a newspaper, I think, or like an online newspaper, saying that she was sitting there like pouting in a very sexual manner.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that's what her face looks like. Like, can you imagine somebody writing that about me?
Right.
Like, no, I can't imagine anybody saying that about me.
Yeah.
And when I'm wearing lipstick, actually, sometimes my lips can be quite pouty, but never, that would never happen. And I mean, it was so disgusting. And then if you haven't heard the word before, that's what misogynoir is. It is something that is misogynistic, directed specifically at somebody Black, and it is so entwined together that it is both at the same time, and you can't really extract them from each other. They were being misogynistic and they were being anti-Black at the same time.
Yeah.
As I was saying, like Yasmin is extremely overexposed and exposed to a lot of vicious attacks online, and the fact that she also is sometimes, you know, there's a bit of, let's say, tokenism, like for a lot of people. Yeah, but I know a Black ace person. I know Yasmin Benoit, and so I've done my work here. I'm okay. So I love the content. I love the comment. Like, you will have to name one other Black person that is not.
I know a Black ace person, like literally the most famous ace person.
Right.
Or one of the most famous ace people. Like, I don't think you've really done your homework.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of easy, and also
exactly. And that's we definitely need more, you know, representation.
I've seen other comments.
And that's another reason I love Marshall as well. I have to say is that he's a man, and we need more ace role models who are men, and you know, a lot of men. I mean, what is it? 10% of ace people identify as male, which I don't believe is accurate. Yes, exactly. Thank you. So yeah, he's. We need more ace men who are there in public, and you know, you wouldn't there's no other context in which I'd say, you know, we need more men out there.
Right.
You know, we need more men getting out there and talking about themselves, but we really do in asexuality. And yeah, Marshall is a strong Black man who is out there talking about being asexual, and I know that he said before that the problem is even you know, it's even worse in Black culture, that problem of, you know, men are expected to be sexual. And that's another thing I wanted to ask you about is in terms of you know, as a white woman, I'm kind of, I guess you'd call it like perceived in a sexually neutral sort of way, you know, whereas Black women, Asian women can be hypersexualized. Asian men, you know, can describe themselves often as being desexualized, you know, and Black men hypersexualized as well. So, yeah, that's something that you wanted to speak to as well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Definitely not something that I can speak to, or that S can.
Of course, yeah. It's definitely like, I mean, obviously society. But you know, I think that, I don't know, it's interesting because these are things that like I tell people. I remember the last time I talked about it was like with Cody, also named as Ace Dad, and like I was just saying, like, you know, like this is a historical thing. Like this has been here since the 500 years of like slavery plus, you know. And so like we have terms for it. Lisi went over some in her videos. You guys should go check that out. We have like the mammy, we have the Jezebel, we have, I feel like there's another one. I think the Mandingo is the one for Black men. But like these things that have like sexualized our bodies and whatnot. And this mentality has even carried over today where we kind of have these like, you know, we have certain lingo or like things that, you know, we just kind of kept from slavery. And it's like, you would think that we would kind of like be like, okay, well, that was then, and we don't like the way that those things happened. But it's so ingrained in our culture that it's like, we haven't like let that go. And now we kind of do it to each other. And also, if I sound like I'm like shaking a little, I'm cold. My house is cold right now, but I'm trying to make sure I don't sound like I'm shaking. But yeah, so like I just think that like it passed down from like that racist white supremacist like mentality, and then it just kind of got like held on to. And I think that happens with so many different like cultures and stuff, like the queer culture, right? Like they're like, I've seen like elder queers and stuff, they have this mentality that like they can like accept disrespect even though it's like 2026 and it's like you don't have to do that anymore. So things like that I think are just kind of learned behaviors which aren't good, but we do have like that hypersexuality from like white like people in history, and then it just kind of like rolled over, and we decided to try to, I guess, take that power. But then it's like it's still not helping, especially when you have people who are Aero and Ace who, you know, are kind of affected by these things now, and it's like they don't know how to like go back on that, if that makes sense. Which is interesting too, because now I'm seeing like a plethora of people on like TikTok and stuff, which is interesting actually. Being like, you know, I might be asexual. And it's like, I don't know if it's like a genuine thing, and I hope it is. But I do realize that a lot of people are just like, I'm so locked in, I'm asexual because I'm like doing homework. And it's like, that's not how it works. But I mean, it's good that you're questioning these things, I guess, you know, I don't know. But I think that like seeing Black people be able to like maybe think outside the box is also good, because it's like, yes, we have to kind of dismantle these things, even down to the way we see each other and the way that like society sees us. So like you kind of have to break out of that. But
yeah.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I would really want to have Cal Green voice like on the stream, because like I know your pronouns, sorry. So they are making like so many interesting and insightful comments in the chat. It is amazing. I see that you like starred this one, and I found it interesting as well, like mentioning races other than white are other sexually, whereas whiteness is sexually neutral and all perceived variation is within that neutral landscape. I find it interesting also because like the Aseharro Chile came from has just come down from a 2-hour panel about like colonization of desire and allonormativity and the intersection between allonormativity and how our desire and the way we look at people, we evaluate people, is rooted in racist and colonial standards and expectations. I unfortunately had to miss that panel because I had to get some sleep somewhere, but I am for sure get it back because I really want to read that. Also, I was reading like about, I feel like the intersection of Black ace men, I'm reading a comment, is very ignored because even in refusing compulsory sexuality, there was virtually no acknowledgement of the intersectionality of Black men at all. That's an interesting comment as well.
I know you to be in academia, so maybe that's an open area that needs you to do work in it, because yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be researched.
Definitely.
Anyway, I'll second you on the being an ASPEC activist is the weird moment in your life in which you're always saying, we need to give more space to men. Like, so much. Maybe I'd say also the bisexual activism is a place where you are always saying, yeah, we need to give space for men's voices. But other than that, it's so weird. Because like, they are kind of a minority. So
yeah,
we need to promote
going in like into meetings, say, I'm desperate. I need a man to come to this event with me. Like I'm not hearing enough from men, and it just feels like such an odd thing to say when I'm so like aggressively feminist all the rest of the time.
No, I feel that. I was gonna say that. I was gonna give Marshall his props. That's one thing I do love about him. Like he is always making sure that like me, Lacey, any other women, especially Black women, like have a space to like, like be kind of put into the front. Like with him and like everybody that I know in the ace community, it never feels like we're fighting for crumbs and it's like, oh my God, like, Marshall got something and like I didn't get something, because it's like Marshall always has my back. Like I love that man like a brother. Like literally we talk almost every day. So he is like a wonderful, sweet, amazing person to know, and just to like, and that's why I'm like, yeah, it's cool that it's on his birthday, but I really do appreciate him as a friend and just like as a person in the ace community, because he really will have your back, as long as you have his back and stuff. So I'm like, that is such a it's such a trait to have. I don't know, like, yeah.
Wilke's saying that there are a lot of men's voices everywhere already, and yes, Wilke, that's our point in asexual activism. There, we need more men, because men don't want to identify as asexual; they feel uncomfortable, and so we need men's voices there. But it's such an odd thing to say, oh, we need more men to be represented, because in the rest, everything else, men's voices are so overrepresented. Yes, if you would like to join, I can send you an email with the link. I have your email, don't I? So I could send you an email with the link to join us.
I was going to ask for the email, but I see that like Kate is like
yes. As it happens, I should have emailed some time ago. We have an association, so I guess I should have emailed the link. You should have emailed a long time ago. Yes, I can send you an email with the link. It would be great to have you join us. Let me just go through the whole process that I have to go through in order to do that.
Like, it's like you won the best commenter award, and like you're now jumping in.
The comments are so good that you are forced to be on air.
So good, good comments that you're going to join.
When you're so active, you're forced to participate. I love that.
Participation is mandatory.
Right.
Right.
Carry on while I'm just gonna look at my phone like a very, very polite.
Kim, I wanted to ask you, like, I don't know, while we wait for the new entry to come. Also, you were supposed to like whatever time you wanted. So don't feel, we're not holding you hostage, and anytime you need to go, because in the end it became much more fluid than we thought, and you don't have to stay here up until the end of this segment. You can do as you prefer. I wanted to ask you if you have any like future projects or future prospects you're working on. That can be regarding to Soul Ace Day, but also for you personally as an ace activist, as an ace artist as well. If you have something upcoming, something you're also maybe dreaming of at the moment, what's your ideal ace goal for next year or the next decade?
Perfect question. I'm currently trying to get together my comic Will and the Family Ace. Instead of doing like little mini comics, I want to be able to like make an actual comic. And so like just to like be able to like, you know, sell at like conventions, and also just for people to have like an actual story to go by. And like this kind of goes hand in hand with what like Lisa talks about, like just having like Black representation and stuff. And like, you know, that's really the goal right now, because, you know, I don't know, Willow and the Family Ace is very special to me. So like getting that done is like the number one goal, I guess, for now. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Can I ask you, as we discussed on Instagram, if you can, if it's not a problem, like show some of your art and share. I understand that like the comment section is like your fan club already, so they probably already know everything about you. Okay, that sounded a bit creepy, I'd say. Sorry. Sorry, that wasn't the intention. But if there's something you want to show, like or like sneak peeks of your comics, that would be lovely.
Yes, of course. I feel like right now I don't know, like I'm working on, what is it? Let me see.
No obligation, of course.
Oh no, it's fine. I just have sketches, and it's like they're not done at all, but it's not like nothing I can't show. But then I feel like the Ace Day, you know what? It's about to be 12 o'clock. I can kind of show you guys what I'm working on in terms of, for International Ace Day. Let me pull up these pictures. Okay. So I would just have to screen share. Is that it? How?
Yeah, it's fine. Perfectly fine.
Okay, cool.
You mentioned your house being cold. I'm dying. So hot in here.
Oh, you're hot? That's crazy. I wish. We turned off the heat, and I was just like, yeah, should have known.
Yeah, I also have, a jacket and a shirt, because like fashion statements before.
Right.
But
yeah, I get it.
It's 6 a.m. It's not even like, but it's very, very hot. Oh, I can hear the birds singing.
It's getting colder here too. But the dog, my new apartment has like a huge picture window, and the dog likes to sit against it where he can feel the warmth, but he can also look out at the workmen across the street and just watch them and growl at them, even though we're on the 4th floor and they'll never know. He feels powerful. Little diva.
I love that. Yeah.
Glad to know that everybody in this stream is feeling cold except me. All the heat of the world and of the gays community is condensed in this very room.
Milka loves dogs. I'm not the only dog ace. There are 2 of us.
I'm more of a cat person, but
we were talking about that. I don't remember how long ago. Who knows at this point? But we were talking earlier about how aces are generally cat people, and it's very unusual for me to find another dog ace. Like, I don't dislike cats. In fact, I love cats. But if I had to choose, I'm definitely a dog person. And yeah, that's very rare for there to be a dog ace. Yeah.
I think
living alone, a little guy.
I like both.
Amazing.
Right.
I think I'd worry, like I could leave my apartment more easily I've never lived like on my own in a little apartment before. So leaving the apartment would be easier if I had a cat with the dog. I'm not sure about leaving him by himself. Like I've gone down to the basement or up to the roof, or to the little shop below the building, but I'm very nervous about like leaving him on his own if I go out. So luckily my parents live very short distance, so my father can come and get him and take him for a walk or something if I have to go out, or I can drop him at my parents' house. But I think a cat, I could just leave him, so that would be better. Cats are better like that. And I wouldn't have to go away during a live stream to take him for a walk.
So we're over the weather, cats and dogs. What's the next topic in the list?
I have sent an invite to our friend from the comments, and I've just, it's not compulsory. If
I
would like to join us, then they are welcome to. They have the link and they can come when they would like to.
I hope it was clear. I was joking before when I said that participation is mandatory. Participation is absolutely not mandatory, and please don't join if you're not feeling comfortable with it. You don't have to, if it makes you feel a bit more comfortable, just know that you don't have to open your webcam. You can just talk. If you're not comfortable with your voice on the stream as well, no problem. Just, we absolutely love reading your comments, and so we're gonna read your comments and put your comments on screen like till the end of this stream. So please do, and don't do anything that you wouldn't be comfortable doing. We don't want to like pressure you. So Kim, back to you. And I saw like different like lights on your face while you were looking for things you wanted to show and could show, and you changed windows on your computer.
Yes.
And I don't know, has your pursuit ended? Did you get is there something you want to show us, or if it's...
Wait, say that one more time.
Wait. Right.
Yeah, I think blinking out. What was that?
I only asked because on your profile I saw a lot like of you at like conventions and having like stands with your prints and such, and so I was very interested in that.
Oh yeah, like I just started going. Well, actually, I've been to conventions the last couple years, but they were like local conventions. C2E2 is the one that like was the biggest this year. One of my friends invited me to go and whatnot, and so for the first day, I had a like idea for the stand, and then I had to switch it because I was like, I don't know, like I don't think I like this, and then I kind of incorporate like the ACE colors into it and stuff. I thought that'd be cool. Like with the name, you'll see like the K, like, and then the ACE flag behind it, and it spells out Kim Wright. And I thought that was really cool. And then the little like sheet I put over the table or whatever is like purple and black, and I was like, I need that. I remember getting it from Michael's, and I was like, yeah, I need that. I also don't know what you asked because it like blinked out, but I heard convention, so I just started rambling about the convention. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that like I thought of asking you if you wanted to showcase any of your art, because on your profile page I saw some posts that were like of you at conventions or in stands. I saw the one with Kim written with the ACE flag, which is like lovely and amazing, and I saw your prints and such. And so that's why I asked you if you wanted to like show your art, because I saw that like you do. I also see, is that Bloom from the Wings?
It is. I was gonna do the full girls, but then I just stopped at Bloom, and I was like, so I need to do all of them, but like, yeah.
Is there someone you had canon as Ace back in the Wings series? This is the most important question you will ever answer.
It is. Wow. Okay. I'm thinking. I feel like it would be techno. I feel like that's it's techno. It's gotta be techno.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
You're not the first, nor will you be the last.
Yeah.
Canoning techno as a spec, I think.
I'm glad I'm not alone. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think I pulled it up. Okay. Like, it took forever. Well, give me 1 second. Okay. Let me just zoom in so it doesn't show the whole thing because I have like 20 things on this panel. Anyways, okay. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
Up here.
We are chilling. It's 6 in the morning for me.
Yeah, it's like 12 p.m. over here. Ugh, I'm tired. Okay. Let me see if I know how to share. Do-do-do. Okay, that's the camera. They do not tell me what to do. There's screen, I think.
Gonna make a light adjustment. I'll turn my camera off while I do that.
I think this is where share. I'm just like try to open up my tablet to make sure I can like it's showing. Wait, can you guys see that?
I hope I didn't like put you up to an impossible task.
Let me see. This is hard. Wait, I think it's this one. How do I verify that? Yeah. Oh wait, is it? Do you guys have to approve it? No.
Do you want me to try? I don't know. I hope you can like share. Maybe you can't. And I did put you to an impossible task. If you want, I can try to screen share and show like what you already have on your Instagram page. Unfortunately, I can't like jump into your computer, and that would be extremely creepy.
Yeah, no. Let me see. I can send you the picture.
Okay.
Let me see. I can try to screenshot this and send it.
Where?
Yes. Because I'm like, I don't think I posted this yet. Technically, it was for, international.
Oh, so we're really having a spoiler, like we're having a sneak peek for real.
Let's see. No, it's a snippet. Right. Yeah, like a little early. Yeah.
I fear I created a technical nightmare. I didn't mean to do that. I will have to say I didn't mean to create a technical nightmare.
Oh no, you're good.
Well, apparently I can't turn off my camera without quitting out.
I should have
having to come back in.
This is my fault.
Whoa.
But I've solved the light problem and had to block off most of the dog's view as well, which, as you can imagine, he's very displeased by. But because it's a public holiday, there's not a lot for him to see anyway. But he can still sit against the warm window, so he's happy.
Kim, do we want to abandon the ship and go back to chatting a bit, or
perhaps you can just post a link so that we can go and see it later? Because
no,
this is an unpublished.
Okay. Well, we should post a link to Kim's.
I was doing that.
It's like on my.
Yeah, we should be doing that. And I can put a banner with your socials.
the profile we communicated on is not your art profile, or is it though? Because I saw
I think
another
it
link.
is. Yeah, it's
It
my art
is?
profile.
Okay, amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of very interesting stuff.
Yes,
Like I saw
found
the
it.
wings, so I went there. But I also see like a lot of superheroes, and I'm interested
Yeah.
in that as well, honestly.
Yeah, I
Are
do love
the
superheroes. I think I sent it.
you sent it where?
On Instagram.
Ooh.
Through the International Asexuality Instagram. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
So
Oh yes.
Yeah,
I
so
see
like it's that main part. So.
I'll have to.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Okay.
So this is a wait. I'll try to screen share. Share screen. Scegli finestra o schermo. Hope I'm not showing something crazy, but this is the image you sent, right? So is this a like sneak peek from your comment? Did I understand right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like a little moment, you know, but yeah.
Okay. Do you want to tell us more about, like, first of all, let me tell you, like, the colors and your drawings are amazing. I don't understand anything about art. I'm like the least artsy person in the whole ACE community. I'm a teacher, so yeah. But they look amazing. Do you want to tell us a bit more about like the comic and are any of these, like, you'd say, protagonists in the comic, or is the protagonist someone else?
Yeah, so actually I feel like all of them are protagonists. Anybody in the family ACE, as I call it, is like technically protagonists because they all have like their moments and whatnot. So like they all kind of get included. I was gonna say, did you want to like zoom in a little? But yeah, so Willow and the Family Ace is basically about Willow. She is like the title character, so she will be like followed a little more. But like once everybody kind of gets, you know, like as we get into like the story, like everybody kind of has their moments, so it's not like just specifically about her. So like I don't know, I just kind of put a different, like all these different characters together and just trying to figure out how they're gonna like mash well together. And they kind of like, I don't know, it's like such a random like premise, but like they work for the government in a sense. They all have superpowers, but like the superpowers are like the most like not important part of like the thing. It's just something that they have. I kind of wanted it to be more slice of life, if anything, because I just like slice of life stuff. I feel like that's a little more like up my alley, you know. Like if I could have superhero comics where it was a little more slice of life than superheroes, I would probably be happier. But they always want to do things with like action. So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But these characters specifically are Che-Li, she's in the front. She is from Bolivia. Ace is Hispanic, but she's like white and I believe Mexican. I believe, like I didn't make the characters. Anyways. And then we have Krishna in the back. She is from India. And so yeah, I just I have like a plethora of characters. One of the other characters, Jin, I was gonna put him in one of the photos for International AIDS Day. But I didn't finish that one and I have to draw his hands and I'm like bad at hands. So like I need a couple of minutes, you know. But that one is my favorite in terms of like how Che-Li looks. She was so pretty in that one. I love her. But yeah, I don't know. Just the overall thing is right now I'm trying to like get together a plot and make sure that it makes sense before I like because I know every time people ask me what it's about, they're just like, probably like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, it has a girl and her sister's a ghost and she's gothic, and then she has to like, she gets thrown in with all these other weirdo people, and like, you know, like Chaylee is religious, she's like she has religion based powers, and Ace is like the girl failure, and she's like, I think her powers are plants. I might change that, I don't know. Krishna, it has like dark shadow manipulation type powers and stuff. I thought that'd be cool. But yeah, like Willow's a necromancer, the one whose sister's a ghost. We got Trauma. She's like, I don't know, a pharaoh child. Like, I feel like it makes sense when I make it, you know. I think it's one of those things. But I promise there's a plot. It'll make sense, and hopefully it'll be interesting. I feel like I'm not selling it well enough right now.
Honestly, I'm sure it's going to be interesting, and I'd say that I will interrupt here, so then I can go maybe back to your profile and show something else. But I didn't want to like change window because I had the messages open, and I'm always like terrified of showing things I shouldn't. But honestly, I think that like the premise of superhero slice of life.
Yes,
I'd read that personally.
Right.
I honestly would read that, and I think when you do slice of life, people lose the right to ask you for the plot.
Yeah,
shut up.
Right.
It's a slice of life. What do you mean? Just read it and see what happens. The plot, you miscreant. So
exactly. Yes.
Honestly, I'm completely with you on this.
Yes.
And like all jokes apart, I think like the concept of taking superheroes and like which are always very action packed and having like superpowers make for incredible narrative devices when put in a chill and slice of life situation, because you can do whatever you want.
Exactly.
So we often use like the concept of superpowers only for like, punch the enemy and win, and it's okay and fine. But there's so many things you can do. You have already mentioned it, but I'm going back on it. We can expect a lot of A-spec representation from your company. Do you want to elaborate a bit on that?
Yes.
You're proud of that.
Yes, I am, because I remember when I was at C2E2 and like everybody was like, so like what is it about and stuff, and I was just like, first of all, guys, the main thing is that we have ace characters, but it's not somebody being like, oh, this character is ace, and then you're just like, okay, well, what brand? Like, because like there are different, like my thing is like I'm very into like the micro labels. Like I'm like, yeah, we got grade people, demi people, we have like, you know, auto, we have like lit romantic, etc. And I think that that's the biggest thing I pride myself on with this. And then just trying to figure out like the puzzle pieces of that, and trying to fit like, you know, what kind of story can you tell that like makes sense to their identity and stuff. And like that's like the cool part about it, the interesting part too, because then I get to learn about things that maybe I don't understand as much about, and then I can kind of go in and like do research and figure out people's, you know, views on things, and like trying to make like queer platonic relationships and stuff, and trying to figure out like which like relationships feel more queer platonic and which ones feel more like, oh, like that's more romantic, maybe more sexual or whatever. And like that's the fun of it. I don't know, like I think like, I don't know, Willow and the Family Ace really has kind of given me that, you know, insight of like looking at characters outside of like their sexual or romantic orientations and trying to like kind of break through that, and like also learn about what it means to be certain things. Like my character Nightmare, she's QPO romantic and QPO sexual. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I think one day I was looking at something, and then I was like, can QBO people even have sex? Like, I was so confused because I'm like, some things are a little confusing. But then I'm like, oh, like people were talking about being QPO and like, you know, desiring sex, and like maybe like they would get into a sexual relationship and stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool, that's interesting. Now, how does that kind of go hand in hand with my character, Loverboy, who's like, he's qua sexual and qua romantic, which is like, the old term was WTF, like sexual, WTF, romantic. But I'm like, you know, how does that work for him? And also, he's like an alien. And so a lot of times in Will and the Family Ace, you will see me trying to like flip certain things on its head, right? So you have the alien character, which we usually are typically robots and aliens, which is very stereotypical. And it's like, it gets annoying to a point, but I think that if you can do it right, it becomes like interesting, if that makes sense. Like we have like I said, Che-Li, she's a nun, and I'm like, you would think, oh, she's a nun, like she's asexual because she's a nun. It's like, no, she's not. Like she's also like demi and bi. So like if you're talking about religious people being like of course they'd be asexual, like no, they're also bisexual. So it's like, that's not usually a thing nuns are, you know. So I'm just trying to like take these like things that society has like known ace people to be, and then trying to like make it like, I wouldn't say like inform them that like, you know, like it's not an informative thing or whatever, but it will kind of like make you think deeper about like why society like thinks like that, and like, okay, this character isn't acting how I thought they would. But yeah, so like stuff like that. I don't know. I guess, yeah, let me see. I'm sorry.
I think like you're telling a story, which is something we don't actually get a lot in the scarce aspect representation we have. I think that like that's the different and the main like point and question. Like most of the time, most of the few times we get aspect representation, we have this very like one dimension characters, and like as you said, I'm sure, for example, that like there are alien aspect characters I could absolutely love, because I think like that the idea of being an alien, etc., can also be used as a very interesting metaphor for how we feel.
Yeah.
The problem is not like inherently having an ace or an aro ace character that is an alien. The problem is we always get just that. This person is either an alien, a robot, or like emotionally traumatized for some reason. So they are aro ace. And stop, that's it. Full stop. And there's no discussion, there's no development. And so like I know that like we don't have much representation, so I wouldn't like dunk on aspect people who are happy every time like the word is mentioned, because I understand that like that can be very important. Also, that can be the chance for someone to hear that word for the first time, and that's very important. So I would, but I have to say there are so many aspect characters, not these many, but in the context of the scarce aspect representation, I will admit there are so many characters I hate. I hate so much because they are one dimension. They are like I feel horrible about that sometimes, but I really hate them. I can't help it. I will die on the hill that like I think it's more mainstream as an opinion now, but some years ago it wasn't. Like sex education made horrible aspect representation. I think we got to realize that a bit more after like they kind of, that Netflix kind of played Yasmin Benoit a bit dirty because she gave a lot of insight and information, and then they said, no, we're not doing it. But I hated Florence with a passion. I really hated Florence with the energy of 1,000 Suns, because she was like the stereotype of this person whose only character development was, oh my God, I'm a theater kid and I love the theater, but all the people around me like sex and they feel so out of place. Oh my God, why is everyone obsessed with sex? And then, oh, maybe your race. And then she disappears.
Nope.
I hated it so much. So what's the most displeasing ace or aspect representation you've ever seen? Is my question for you. But first, I want to say hi to Cal. Is the name? So
yes.
Thanks for joining.
Hi, Cal. Nice to my friend Cal. Hello, Cal. I just want to add that this is why my favorite representation is Todd from BoJack Horseman, because his main personality trait is that he's just a weird guy. And the fact that he's asexual is kind of just like an additional thing about him. And he kind of goes on a journey like of learning more about asexuality, but he's still just a weird dude. That's his main personality trait. Cash is also really good, yes. And again, that's like a small part of his personality. There's a lot more to him as well. But the journey is a storyline, but it's not his all storyline. And I'm going to go now and let sort of Cal sort of replace me on stage for a while, because I'm doing a lot of admin right now, so I'll focus on my admin. Goodbye from my Miva also. And thank you so much. And I'll just make sure that Luciella is ready for the next panel, and I'll see you in about 20 minutes when I sign her on. Kim, thank you so much. Bye.
Oh, see. Let me see. I'm thinking about the worst, and who is the worst representation? I just had it. I'm gonna go with, and this is gonna be. That's very ironic that they said that. I was gonna say Luffy, even though Oda never really like confirmed that he was asexual. I don't think, but like community and then like kind of people see him as ace and stuff, which is fine. But I think Oda was just like, I just don't want to put sex or romance in anything, which is great actually. But then it's the only bad, and I think this is more in the fandom than on Oda's part. It's just that like, oh, like he's too innocent, like he's too, he doesn't even know what sex is, and it's like why are you treating him like that? Like, why do you kind of associate like a character, and this happens a lot, like people just associate any character that's like too innocent as like ace, and that's not like, I hate that representation. Like don't do that. Like, I don't know, it's just like, I don't know, it's the infantilization of ace people is already annoying. And whenever you see a grown person who just isn't interacting with sex the way you think they should, it kind of gives off like why did you label that person ace, or like why did you do it like that? I guess I don't know. I think it's annoying. Yeah. So, but I love Luffy. I have a tattoo of him. Where is it? Like, yeah, I have a tattoo of Luffy. You can't see it, but I love him as a character. I just don't like when the fandom makes it like, oh, he's ace because he's so innocent and cute and like he could never. I'm like, no, that's not. That's a grown man. Please, no. Like, yeah. Oh wait, I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
Oops, my mic is muted. Carl, if you want to jump in and say anything at any point, like we still have like 20 minutes before the next panel. So feel free to say whatever you want. Interrupt me at any moment and say whatever you want. It's lovely to have you here. Well, Kim, I asked you for your least favorite. I'll have to ask you for your favorite. It's like, it's only fair, like your favorite A-spec representation.
Okay.
I know.
I see.
Should I give like
Good question.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Good. I can also make your mic a bit more on the stronger side.
Okay.
Okay. Hi.
Hi. Should I give like a brief kind of like introduction of myself?
Yeah, why not? You can do whatever you want.
Okay. All right. I may or may not turn my camera on. Okay. So, I'm Cal. I'm asexual, I'm aromantic. I mentioned in an earlier stream that I was Grand Marshal in a Pride Parade. So that was very cool. Definitely my like biggest accomplishment. I've just kind of like been involved in like sort of like my local like queer groups, and that's kind of how I've gotten to do my asexual stuff. My local LGBTQ center, I had a really strong relationship with them, so that was sort of how I got that role. And also, I think probably what I'm most proud of is I made a pamphlet called Asexuals and IPV, Intimate Partner Violence, Spreading Knowledge and Sensitivity, which is mostly based off of the data that Kate found in her in the International Asexual Lived Experiences survey. I did not tell her that I did that, but I was planning to. So I will share that with her sometime. But I feel like I did a good job with that. I hope she approves. That's sort of the main thing. And I've been working on how to tell you that. I will share it with you. And right now I'm working on I know university and college means something kind of different in like different countries, but like here in the United States, it's kind of just like we use it interchangeably. But yeah, I'm an undergraduate student. I'm majoring in psychology. I hope to like use that for sort of like asexual and aromantic research. And I'm also trying to start an Asexuals of Color group at my college, because it's in the very rare opportunity of student population that's majority BIPOC. It's like over 90% of the student population is, people of color, races other than white. I was contemplating whether I should have like signed up to be a part of the psychology student. I was contemplating whether I should have signed up to be a part of the Aces Never Sleep stream. The reason I decided against it is because, one, I'm in the US and Anglophone, so I'm literally just the most represented, there's that. But also because I haven't really actually like started that group. So I was like, if I were in any other country, or if I actually had something to show, I definitely would have signed up. But I want to, sort of like step back a little bit. Because
you know what that means, right? We are coming to get you next year. Right? Let me just say that, like, it's not like English-speaking people are like barred from participating in the IAD activity. Like the focus is meant to be, the idea is meant to give a platform for non-native English speakers and or non-Western countries, but like English people, English-speaking people, US people, and you people from the UK and Canada and Australia as well are not like barred from participating. We are very inclusive, and so it's amazing. And also, I think it's lovely when we had this event have the support of like native English speaker, but they're absolutely not barred from participating. Even more so if they are like, anyone is welcome, but even more so if they are part of like we were talking like before, maybe a minority group inside of the ace community. That would be weird. I think like there are different level and intersecting levels of exposure we get as ace people, but like, yeah, I am part of IAD. I am a big part of I love this project, etc. I'm still, first, I'm white. Second, yes, I'm not a native English speaker. I'm not from an English speaking country. I'm still from Europe. So it's not like I'm that. So, you know, there are varying degrees of this. So I think like IAD is open to everyone. You don't have to have a completed and very important project to jump in. But since you didn't want to this year, because you didn't have a project, we are going to come for you next year. Also,
yes.
We're gonna come for you too, to get an update on the comic. I don't know how long.
Yes.
No pressure.
No.
But I hope we can like get back to you and have an update on how things are going next year. So you don't need to. But yeah, people from the US are absolutely completely welcome. Also, because if we have to cover 24 hours of time zones, people from the US are a very, very, very important piece in helping us. This year we've ended up with 31 hours, and I don't know why this happened. I literally have no idea. Like I think that's too much. Like next year we're gonna do 24 hours. But yeah. Cal, before I asked him about projects for the future, and like we ended up talking about the comic, I guess you have already mentioned your project for the future, like this group in your university. Is there anything else you're working on? I'm asking because like you jumped in the live stream with something like, I made a pamphlet about ace people and intimate partner violence, and I think that was extremely cool. Like for being a person that self-reports as I didn't have anything to present, I think you're a very prolific ace person. So, are there any other dreams, ace dreams of yours? And if you want, you can also answer the question about worst representation and best representation according to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I was definitely. I'm like I know that I know that like U.S. English speaking is welcome, but I was literally like the way I was sort of like measuring myself up of like, okay, do I want to do this? I was literally, I'm telling you, I was right on the edge. I was like, if I had one thing, if I had like a little more detail, that would have pushed me over the edge. I definitely would have signed up. But yeah, definitely next year. Yeah, I guess to share a little bit more about the pamphlet I did.
Yeah. Personally, I would love that.
Yeah. Because I think the final report came out, or like the first edition came out in 2023. I don't know if this counts, and I found out about it from the Ace Couple podcast. And so I found out about it in like April, and like, you know, my like spring semester was kind of coming to a close, but also like even while I was still in school, I was like, how do I do something about this? Like I was, because the thing that really kind of like shocked me that was that I never really thought of intimate partner violence, first of all, kind of at all, but as a specifically asexual issue. But once it was sort of like presented to me as like, this is a thing, and like has like an asexual specific asexual specific context, it really put like a lot of stuff I'd been hearing like from the asexual community in context, and I was like, that makes so much sense. And I think the fact that it stood out to me as an ace issue that I really had no idea about was part of the reason I wanted to put awareness on it. And also because I, you know, like I mentioned, involved with my like local LGBTQ plus center, and I'm also just sort of like kind of like watching from the background internet stuff, watching ace communities from the background, watching LGBTQ plus community from the background from the internet. And I really got the strong sense that when it comes to ace issues that negatively impact asexual people and the broader LGBTQ plus community, there was a huge gap in knowledge. Like there's really, I think really like, you know, I think it's often framed as like, oh, it's about visibility. It's about, we have like different approaches to relationships, and like that's all people know about it, and that's all people know as far as like any like issues that impact us. And then maybe also know about like maybe the occasional reference to like anti-asexual sexual violence, or maybe the occasional reference to like healthcare discrimination. But even then, not having like strong comprehension in those areas. So I really wanted to sort of like close a gap of knowledge between like the broader LGBTQ plus community and like the ace community. Also like because I could so clearly see a situation where like maybe, you know, people are just sort of like talking in a like LGBTQ plus discussion group, and, you know, a mediator might be like, okay, well, it's not like aces face this, but, you know, they're still valid. But, you know, it's very important to recognize sort of the full range of like realities of like asexual experience and asexual discrimination. So I went, oh my God, okay, be brief. Okay, I went to sort of a mentor of mine who worked at the center, and I was like, I want to do this thing, and he kind of gave me advice about that. And I'll say at this point, all of the staff has read that pamphlet, and they found it very educational, you know, like people like in the legal team loved it. And like, you know, I was confused for the longest time because like they never sort of like distributed it. Like it wasn't at like the front desk with like other pamphlets. And I later found out that was because like I didn't put my name on it, and they didn't want to like falsely take credit for it. So now they sort of like suggested like, hey, someone, like if you get like someone else to sort of put it out, then we can put it out or something. So, you know, Kate, if you're interested, you know, we could get a little AACAU label on it, perhaps, maybe. I'll stop talking for a little bit if there's something. Yeah.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. Like, I really wanted to have like more insight on that. And I don't want to say this, like Yeah, but if you ever want to like show us the pamphlet, not now because like before I created a technical nightmare asking to screen share, and I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure you can screen share if you're not hosting the panel. So I may have you can.
Oh no, I'm saying I think so. Like, cause I put it in and it didn't work, so I don't think you can.
Yeah. So I literally put you up for an impossible task.
Yeah, it's okay.
Great. I'm so sorry.
No, it is okay. We live and we learn, you know.
But if in any other moment you like to share the pamphlet, and maybe you also make it circulate on IAD channels as well with proper credits, of course. In any way you want to be credited, that would be amazing. I see some comments directed at your speech, like people definitely need to get educated on anti-asexual problems, so asexual who experience discrimination and hurt feel heard. You really are doing us a service, Carl, so thank you, and thank you for joining this live stream. I see Kate back online. I don't see Luciella yet, but like in a few minutes we are going to transition to the panel about conversion practices in Australia and across the world, anti-asexual conversion practices across the world. But we are gonna have to change stream again, right? Okay. Carl, I'm sorry there is not more time to talk to you, because that would have been lovely. I'm looking forward to the next IAD live stream already, because I really want to know more about your projects and what you're doing. Kim, thank you so much. Like, you've been a champion and in a good sport, considering that like this we had the last minute problem and you like covered 1 hour and a half of the live. You kept the live stream alive for 1 hour and a half. You were very kind. All you said was very insightful, and I honestly at some point I wish we had more time, because I think you would have much more to say and very interesting things to say about how to create ASPEC art and how to create ASPEC stories and ASPEC representation. So I will keep all the questions I would have asked you for next year if you have time. I hope Lissy and maybe Marshall will be with us back again next year. I really hope that like everything is working perfectly for Lissy and the last minute emergency has solved. And I'm very happy that I had time to talk to you and hear what you had to say about how Solace Day is going. So we had an update from last year. And I'm also very happy that I had time to ask you who you had canon as ASPEC in the Wings series, because that was vital information. And thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Yes.
Bye.
I'll see you guys.
Such an honor.
Yes.
You guys are iconic.
Thank you. All right.
Bye bye. So our audience should like now go to the next wrong direction. Go to the next link. Did we put the link in the chat? Not yet. Let me do precisely that. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Here is the link. Move. Go away. I hope I got this one right. So I am going to end the stream now and see you in the next link. Bye. Maybe I will leave the link a bit more. I leave the studio, but leave the link up. Or not. Oh, that's indeed. Okay.